well despite everything. Welcome to the January 12th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. This is the first regular business meeting of the Planning Commission for 2021. The Commission will continue to conduct meetings in a virtual setting, as was the case for most of last year. While this platform can be challenging, the Commission adjusted well to this environment. I would like to ask for patience as we use this platform for our public meetings. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, presentations, and participants. If any participants have issues with the technology, please send a message to the moderator, Ray. We have 8 discussion items on our agenda today and 1 committee report. Our meeting agendas have been robust, causing meetings to last more than 3 hours on average. I would ask for clarity and concentration on behalf of the commissioners in discussing the agenda items. We should focus on resolving identified outstanding issues and be as efficient as possible. Almost all items today appear under new business and will receive a full staff report and applicant presentation, and we will hear from any members of the public who has signed up to speak. I would ask the commissioners to hold all questions until the conclusion of all presentations and any public comments. Finally, please be recognized by the chairperson before speaking. With a full agenda of discussion items today, I would ask everyone to be efficient with our time so we can discuss all items. As we start out our new year, our collective goals should be on hearing the request, receiving public comment, discussing issues, and most importantly, making it through our meeting agenda. This will require us to focus on the issues. We start every meeting with an opportunity for public comment not related to any item on the agenda. No one has signed up for public comment today. Committee report. Let's begin with the committee report. The Text Change Committee began the year with a meeting to discuss TC 820, which is a staff-initiated text change that would alter short-term rental regulations. The committee discussed this item on January 5th, and I would ask the chairperson of the committee, CJ, to give an update and offer a motion.
Thanks, Chairman Tomasolo. We discussed item TC 8-20. That was the only item that was discussed at our January 5th, 2021 meeting for text change. The item was also discussed on October the 20th, November the 17th, and by the full commission on November the 24th of 2020. On December 1st of 2020, the City Council also voted to authorize the extension until January 12th, 2021. At our January 5th meeting, the Text Change Committee voted 4-0 unanimously to recommend approval of the draft ordinance with the changes highlighted in pink, and the changes from that meeting highlighted also in pink and yellow of the draft ordinance. Basically, those 2 changes that we made surrounded the language around unhosted short-term rentals should only be available for rent for terms of not more than 29 days for a maximum of 100 days per calendar year. So we changed some language around the maximum of 29 days from 30 days. And then we also changed the language surrounding, we moved the numbers up from 60 days to 120 per calendar year of unhosted short-term rentals. Also in that meeting, the Text Change Committee also voted to recommend to City Council to direct staff to report back within 6 months of the effective date of the ordinance on the impacts of the proposed change. The report should include metrics and statistics taken from the city's pilot data sharing program with Airbnb and AirDNA and other available sources. So Chairman Tomasolo, that is what we came up with on our Text Change Committee last week, and we voted again unanimously to approve those text changes.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Mann. At this point, the Text Change Committee did vote unanimously to approve. That is a motion on the table. Was there any question or discussion at this moment, or did you want to entertain a motion, Commissioner Mann?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I said I would entertain a motion to approve text change TC 8-20.
If we could get a brief statement of consistency with the comp plan and what's in the public interest.
I'm searching for my consistency statement. Give me, if somebody else has it, that'd be great. But I'm trying to find it as we speak. Sorry.
I don't know that we have one in the report. Sometimes they're included, sometimes they're not. So
Okay.
if you would reference page 2 of the staff report down at the bottom, and sort of gives you the things you can use, but you may be on your own crafting this motion. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Let me go to the staff report. Okay. I move to approve text change TC 8-20 with it being consistent with the overall comprehensive plan and is reasonable in the public interest. And again, vote for approval of TC 8-20. Is that good enough, David?
David, you are on mute.
Yeah, if you could give one idea as to why it's in the public interest, then I think we're good to go.
Okay, so it's consistent with relevant policies in the text change and is in the public interest because it adds a need in housing stock regarding short-term leases and rentals in our city.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mann. That is a motion. And I will go ahead and second. Now we've pulled our vote. Janitha, if you would be able to take roll. Just a moment, Janitha. Commissioner Bennett?
Yes, thank you. I have a question before we vote. When we talked about ADUs and we tried to put in a stipulation that ADUs not be used for short-term rentals, that was pulled out by council and we were told that it would be addressed in the short-term rental text change. Has that been addressed?
So that's a very good question. This is more so for David, but it was our understanding that through this text change, an ADU would qualify as an unhosted dwelling because it's its own unit, and so it would have to fall under the guidelines for the hosted elements of it.
I believe that's correct, yes.
This is Ken. To be clear, unhosted is short-term rental of an entire dwelling unit. An ADU is a dwelling unit, as dwelling unit in the name. An accessory structure that didn't meet the standards for dwelling units, though, I think would potentially not fall under that definition, just for clarity. That would mean an accessory structure that didn't have complete sleeping, cooking, and bathing facilities.
Right. The question I thought was about ADUs, which would have met those.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
An accessory structure doesn't have all the doesn't have complete cooking, bathing, and sleeping facilities would also not be classified as an accessory dwelling unit. It would simply be a accessory structure with, say, a bathroom in it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bowers and Mr. York. Commissioner Bennett, does that help add clarity?
No, it doesn't actually. Because there's no, it just seems kind of ambiguous. I'm looking to see ADUs can be or not be used for short-term rentals.
ADUs can be. They're not
Okay.
They're not defined out of the possible dwelling units that can be available for short-term rentals. ADUs are available for short-term rental under this draft. However, they would most likely be what we referred to as whole house or unhosted because of their size. And therefore, they would be subject to those limitations that the committee added to unhosted unhosted short-term rentals.
Yeah, Commissioner Bennett.
Just one more question, please. In the staff report, under applicable policy statements, we have removing housing barriers to affordability. That one troubles me for short-term rentals because at least the data I've seen does not seem to indicate that short-term rentals are a strategy for removing barriers to affordable housing. So I just don't want to pass something with an expectation that this is going to be improving housing affordability. That's not the case. I'm not necessarily against the short-term rental. I'm against us approving it with the notion that it's going to improve housing affordability when the data does not seem to support that.
I actually agree with that, Commissioner Bennett, and I'm looking at the staff report. We've really been focused on the policy. Staff report, I don't believe were updated since all of our meetings. And so honestly, that's a question to staff about how this plays a role, because this was signed and updated on November 24th and doesn't seem to take into consideration any of the deliberation that we've had.
I would, this is David, I would just add one thing. There is a portion of the very low income where folks are using ADUs in lieu of hotels because it's cheaper. Even the cheap hotels, in many instances, they're using ADUs as temporary housing until they can find more permanent housing. And so I think it does help. It provides housing for people who can't afford the hotels, even the extended stay hotels. In some instances, if you do price comparisons on what ADUs are available in the city, you'll find that, excuse me, I keep saying ADUs, what short-term rentals are available in the city, I think you'll find that there are some short-term rentals that aren't geared towards vacationers or business travelers, but are actually targeted low enough to where people who can't find housing long-term are using them for short-term housing in lieu of hotel stays because they're more affordable. If that's sufficient to meet that policy, then leave it in. If you don't think that's sufficient to meet that policy, then, the committee or the Planning Commission can remove and edit that recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. York. I will add, we did not talk about that at all in our conversations. It's my understanding that we already have a classification for properties or homes that would fit that requirement, and that is a rooming house or a boarding house, was my understanding.
That I've spoken with some people who are helping. Since our last meeting, I had some conversation with folks that are helping people with temporary housing. And so there are folks coming into the area looking for work who are using some of these short-term rental options, the lower priced short-term rental options, in lieu of a hotel because it's cheaper. And so I just mentioned that. No, it wasn't discussed in the committee, but that was something that I had learned since the committee met last week and thought I would share it because I thought it was applicable to that particular policy that was under question. That's all.
Okay. Commissioner Lampman?
I have just a few questions. When you say that folks are using the ADUs and short-term rentals in lieu of hotels, are these folks who are of affordable demographic, less than 60% AMI, or are these folks who are perhaps hired by some of our tech firms who need temporary housing before they find permanent housing? There's just a distinct difference there.
The anecdotal information that was shared with me since our last committee meeting was dealing with people of very low income. They weren't people who already had jobs lined up. They were relocating because Raleigh has a great reputation for starting a new life, so to speak. I mean, we're on all those top 10 lists. And so I don't have any statistical information. It was purely anecdotal that was shared with me since our last committee meeting.
Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the table. I think that we've had some pretty thorough conversations around short-term rental. We have started to see data and information around how it is impacting the housing stock. Do understand that there are elements of short-term rental that can be beneficial, but there's also a significant amount of unknown that we're still gathering data on about how it impacts housing. And I think that for that reason is why we're offering this policy with the hope that, or with a tandem recommendation, but is not formally part of our motion. That is, and this is kind of coming from our conversation on committee, just so the rest of the commission knows, is so that we are a pilot program through Airbnb and AirDNA around where they're going to provide a lot of municipal data and use data to municipalities. And so it was our recommendation to create these limits, but with a recommendation for actually gathering data over the next 6 months and readdressing it. Now, since we are this pilot, that we go ahead and review all of that data and update this policy per that data and the actual facts as to how it impacts, how it's being used, how it impacts, how many people signed up, how many people aren't getting permits to operate, how many people are getting permits to operate, where they're located, what type of structures, what age of structures, all of that sort of thing will have information that we can analyze. Because right now it's still very much nebulous, and we do not have much. We do have research that does show. I agree with what Ms. Bennett said, and what some of other text change committee members have brought to our attention around that it is impacting housing, different types of housing in a big way. It does increase the expense of housing, and it can shift the highest and best use for normal single-family housing. And the fact that we just don't have tangible data at this moment that's really localized, it's difficult because we're comparing ourselves to tourist locations, et cetera. And and just for context, that's kind of where a lot of this is coming from. I'm fine updating, the staff report if we think it will help. But I think that really moving this policy forward, and I'll be presenting about it at City Council to be more articulate, to give a broader context as to how we got here and why we're here, and that we are really trying to hold the line and manage by the numbers and manage through data, and that it's hard to make assumptions when we don't have data, and that we just don't want to run before we can walk. And that's really what this idea of this 6 month time horizon is, as well as creating this 120-day max on the unhosted, which is whole house rentals. We did hear from a handful of people who make businesses out of this. And so although it's not right now a legal business, it is not being, well, aside from that, we did hear from folks who who have businesses with this. And so the idea around the 120 days as well, just for the logic of it, is that they said that they're about 70%, they're at about 70% occupancy for 2020, which is about 250 days of the year. And so we thought that just pulling the rug out from underneath them immediately, even though they're technically operating illegally, seemed a bit harsh without data that we have as well. And so the 120 days is basically half of a year. So folks can continue operating for half of a year but knowing that we're going to have more data and that we're going to readdress, or hopefully readdress, this in 6 months. And so that wasn't super clear, but that's just some context to help understand some of the numbers and some of the policies that we have in here. I don't necessarily agree with it all, but this is kind of where we're at. And so I welcome any specific thoughts on if we do want to remove a policy or two. But the goal is to kind of move this forward so that we have a vote, and a presence at council with this. Commissioner Hicks.
Thank you, Chairman Tomasulo. And that was actually very, very helpful background information. It clarifies a lot of questions that I had. I just wanted to make a friendly amendment to the motion that rather than saying removing barriers for housing affordability, to say something like removing barriers for affordable temporary housing. I think that distinction, to my mind, is important. Thank you.
Does that have to align with an actual policy alphanumeric? Staff?
I believe we can revise the staff report for the council presentation based on what we've heard so far.
Okay. I guess with that, do we have any other questions or comments or discussion? Commissioner Lampman?
This should be quick, but this is for staff. For the permitting process, are you able to put in additional oversight? For example, I don't know if quality of housing is included, if there's a certain standard or inspection policy to make sure that the housing is appropriate. I don't know if there's various taxes that are incurred, and could you have like an incentive to provide housing for low-income individuals by providing, less taxes? Are those things that can be accomplished through the permitting process?
So any dwelling unit has to be meet the minimum housing code. Any new construction or alteration has to meet the building code. In terms of tax abatement for affordable housing, no, we don't have that authority. And I'm not entirely sure how that would slot into this particular ordinance, even if we did have it. So I hope that answers your questions.
But there's no ongoing inspections?
No, we don't do ongoing inspections of dwelling units unless there's a reported problem or something visible from the outside that would lead the city to believe that there was a violation. I mean, obviously, there's no way we could do regular inspections of dwelling units. They're private places that we would have to be invited to enter, or there would have to be some significant threat to health, safety, and welfare.
I guess I'll also add that we did add some increased kind of violation repercussions on here as well. And it is my understanding that as far as long-term, 30 days or more housing, that there is possibility to explore ways to based off commitments and binding commitments for affordability, that there are ways to defer or eliminate certain permitting fees or taxes, et cetera, on ADUs. I think through some of the missing middle work, but I'm not sure. But that's something that we could certainly address as some of the missing middle work comes through, because I do know that that is a significant tool that a lot of communities are using throughout the country. Okay, so with that, we have a motion and we have a friendly modified second. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and ask Shanika for roll call.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Nay.
Commissioner Fox,
Aye.
Commissioner Hicks,
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman,
Nay.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
sorry, Commissioner McIntosh,
Nay.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver,
Aye.
and Chair Tomasulo.
Aye. All right, thank you, everyone. The motion passes 6-3. Moving on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a list of requests that can be acted upon in one motion. There are 3 items on the consent agenda: 1 text change and 2 rezoning requests. The 2 rezoning requests would be deferred to a future meeting. The text change would be referred to the text change committee. Without objection, I will move for the consent agenda to be approved. Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. Also, we have a quick update, and this is for our listeners at home as well. For case Z5020 on Pleasant Grove Church Road, there has been feedback that public notices were not received with enough time. And so without objection, we've also received some emails about that as well. And so without objection, I'd like to hold this item at the table and defer it until the next meeting so that the public has sufficient time for notification and input. Seeing no objection, then we will hold Z5020 Pleasant Grove Church Road. I do want to just reiterate that again for everyone at home, that we will not be hearing Z5020 Pleasant Grove Church Road if you have signed up to speak. And I also ask moderator Ray to let anyone who know who maybe joined late to check if they're joining for that, just to make not hanging on the phone for something that we're not going to hear today.
Got it.
Thank you. We'll now begin with new business portion of the agenda. These are requests that have not appeared on a previous Planning Commission agenda. There are 5 rezoning requests, 1 text change, and 1 text change to zoning conditions for discussion today. We'll begin with item F1, case number Z2820. This is a request to rezone approximately 2.3 acres of land from downtown mixed use 7 stories shopfront to downtown mixed use 40 stories conditional use. Ira Mabel will present on behalf of city staff.
Good morning, everybody. This is Ira Mabel from Comprehensive Planning. Excuse me. Happy New Year. So this is a request for about 2.4 acres on Glenwood Avenue, currently zoned downtown mixed use 7 stories with a shopfront frontage. And the request is for DX40, conditional use, no frontage. RHDC has reviewed this case in various forms I'll talk about later and has recommended approval, and your deadline is in March. So I always think the DX district is particularly hard to read on IMAPs. So that dashed line there is the current district, the tall, skinny one. So zoning the area, this is the edge of downtown, the north The northwest edge of downtown. So DX7, some 12-story zoning and some 20-story zoning nearby, and then transitioning as you go further west into office mixed use and lower, less intense commercial uses. Just the site is about halfway on Glenwood Avenue between Jones Street and Peace Street, up against the railroad tracks on the east side there, and some other recent zoning cases pointed out nearby, including one further up Glenwood that is currently in the works that should be coming to you in the next couple weeks or months. So a little bit clearer view of the site. The site currently contains what's known as the Creamery building. So it's that L-shaped building on the northern part going down through more than half of the site. And then there's also another commercial building on the southwest corner, a one-story building. And it's just noted some the nearest sort of tallish sort of things. I believe the 400 North Street apartments are about 12 stories. So some like mid-height development currently existing. Excuse me. A couple of conditions on the site. First one prohibiting some uses otherwise allowed in DX. The second is requiring a preservation easement. So that is a third-party legal instrument recorded with the county between the property owner and some organization that deals with historic preservation. And that runs in perpetuity. So like any other easement, would be in place regardless of change in property ownership. Third condition requires the shopfront frontage on that smaller square commercial building on the corner that I mentioned. So no frontage on the bulk of the site, but the 400, what's called the 400 Glenwood lot, which is that corner lot, would have to comply with the shopfront frontage. And then they are providing a new bike share station somewhere either on the site or adjacent right away. Some photos of the site. So I'll say number 1 and number 2 show you most of the important parts of the creamery that I'll be talking about. So you can see in number 2, there's a vertical dash line that says preservation next to it. So that easement does not cover the entire creamery building. Basically, the lower leg of the L would not be included. The creamery has 3 parts. There's the original building, which is the northernmost at the corner. So where the tall sort of crenellated tower is. There's the midsection, which is an addition. And then the lower leg to the L was a much later addition. And you can see fairly different. The original building and the addition are pretty similar in terms of material and design. And that's what's required to be preserved. So about 2/3 of the building would be preserved, and the later addition would not be. So that line is showing where that easement would end. Next slide, please. So the creamery is a historic landmark, so a City of Raleigh designation that gives us certain legal authority that we only have either in landmarks or in historic districts. So the landmark boundary covers the entire parcel that the creamery is on. So it's the entire existing building and both parking lots. So anything that would go anywhere in that white shaded area is subject to the rules that govern historic landmarks. So the part of the site that's not is the corner building. That has no historical significance according to regulations in place. So just to be clear, that's requires review or what's called a certificate of appropriateness from the Raleigh Historic Development Commission. And that's for any changes to the existing building or any new construction. So anything in the parking lots, anywhere in that white area. And this red part is the part that's under the easement. So this part of the creamery building, according to the conditions, would likely remain untouched. Next slide, please. So the applicant has already gone through the first half of the COA process, so for building height and massing. So they have already applied for this COA and received approval. So they're proposing, or they have approval for a 20-story tower with 2 step backs at the 2nd and 10th floor. So the first one, I think, roughly lines up with the existing height of the creamery. They still would need to go through the second COA about building design. So that's materials and, what the building will actually look like. This is just approval for a blank white rectangle. But right now, for the portion that was in that white shaded area, so the creamery lot, the one lot of the 2, this is currently their approved certificate of appropriateness. And then just to be clear, that other square parcel in the corner that's not subject to the landmark boundary would have to follow the shopfront frontage. So a street built to 0 to 15 feet for most of it. And I think both streets would probably be primary. So creating a walkable urban area. The change to entitlement is pretty significant. So going from a pretty, a 2-story building with a lot of surface parking to potentially 40 stories. I would say this table does not include the creamery structure that would be preserved. Just the way to run the model to account for that was relatively complex, and since the creamery building itself wasn't going to change between the 2 requests, this is just everything but that preservation easement part of the building. So the parking lots and the corner lot and all that. So a pretty substantial change from 153 residential units to over 600. And same for office. Now, I will also mention that's for 40. So right now their COA for the new tower on the creamery lot is for 20 stories, which is not to say they couldn't, reapply. I don't know how successful that would be, but it's potentially. And then the 40 stories would still cover that corner lot, the 400 lot, which is not subject to the COA. So that could be a 40-story building there. Sorry, thank you. Next slide. Consistent with the central business district, that slide should say, and consistent with urban form. So the preservation easement does a lot of work here too, because the creamery building is already consistent basically with what we think downtown development should look like. Consistent with quite a number of policies. This will be fairly close to either of the alternates for the northern BRT route, either on Western or on Capitol. Also, it already has pretty good bus service, both with Raleigh regular routes and the R line. So hit a lot of transit policies, and then also a lot of historic preservation policies. It's fairly, I think the preservation easement is about the maximum protection you can put on a historic asset. So, and there are no other issues. Your deadline for this is in March, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Also, Tanya Tolley is available if you had questions specifically about any of the historic preservation parts of this.
Great. Thank you very much, Ira. Commissioner Hicks, did you have an administrative question or?
I'm not, it might be for the applicant, but I'd like to go ahead and ask it anyway. I just wanted to confirm whether or not the Thomas Sayers sculpture, since it looks like it's outside of the protected area, whether that would be kept in place or not.
Sounds like that might be a good question for the applicant. So we'll just hold that, and maybe she can address it in her presentation. Thanks. So thank you, Ira. We'll now hear from Jamie Schwadler, representing the applicant. The applicant and all those in support have 10 minutes to speak. The applicant also has additional people on the line for specific questions.
Thank you, Chair Tomasulo. Members of the Commission, I'm Jamie Schwadler with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street on behalf of the property owner, Turnbridge Equities. Our team is also on the line, including Jason Davis with Turnbridge, Fred Belladin from the local historic architecture team at Clearscapes, and Morris Adjmi and team with Morris Adjmi Architects, focusing on the interplay of new construction and historic architecture throughout the U.S. We also have Travis Fluid, our traffic engineer. After a year of stakeholder meetings and obtaining interim historic approvals from the city, we are so pleased to be presenting this project, which preserves the historic Pine Street Creamery building and creates a new mixed-use development with an active street retail presence on the balance of the site. Next slide, please. Ira did a great job in explaining our consistency with the future land use map and urban form map, but I'd like to explain our development team's goals. So we set an early goal to preserve the character defining elements of the Creamery building and focus much of the new development and height on existing surface parking lots and the 400 parcel. The DX40CU request is consistent with these goals, as well as the downtown mixed-use designation and future land use central business district, which is intended for the most intense uses and heights in the city. It's also consistent with the core transit designation on the urban form map. As Ira notes, this supports up to 40 stories within a quarter mile of proposed transit routes, which we do have just to our east along the West Street BRT route and proposed transit stop. Next slide, please. Our community engagement in this case began in January 2020 and has included over 18 meetings with stakeholders and neighborhood groups. We heard a strong desire to preserve the Creamery and to create more street activation and pedestrian connectivity with active daytime uses in a manner that gave the Creamery sufficient breathing room for new development. As a result, the historic commitments in this case are drastically different from any other 40-story zoning you've seen over the last few years in two key ways. First, we're committing to the preservation easement over the entire character-defining elements of the Creamery building. And second, we pursued a two-phase approach to the certificate of appropriateness required for the 410 parcel to obtain that early COA approval of massing and setbacks of the historic landmark site. That approval limits the entire landmark parcel to 20 stories or less and leaves only 15% of the entire project site eligible to be built at 40 stories. This is an extraordinary self-imposed limit based on substantial work with city staff and is a historically appropriate request in an area of Raleigh growing along the West Street line. Next slide, please. And to illustrate that change, the pink overlays in the next slide show sites zoned for 20 and 40 stories throughout this area of the city. The letters show more recent 20 and 40-story approvals just to highlight the change. And you can see the height forming as the comp plan encouraged, beginning with the Dillon, Rust Bus, and campsites in the warehouse district, labeled C and D towards the bottom of your screen there, and extending north along the future BRT line on West Street, the red dashed line extending north and south, up to Smoky Hollow, labeled A, and our site just to its left. Next slide, please. This next slide shows the perspective of how that height has clustered along the West Street corridor. Again, you can see the red dashed line carried through in perspective form and includes the massing of 40-story approvals that have been approved close to the future transit stop to the left of your screen. Our site there is, of course, in the center of the screen on the other side of that corridor. Next slide, please. When we refer to the character-defining elements of the Creamery, Ira did a great job in illustrating those in pictures, and this helps to illustrate it in elevation. These mean the 1928 and 1947 portions on the northwest of the site at Glenwood and Tucker, which informed the historic designation. These are shown on the left half of your screen. Both the RHDC and COA committee, which unanimously approved our requests, strongly supported preservation of these elements. Removal of the later additions towards the center of the site, shown on screen right, allows us to provide more street activation and open up the site for pedestrian connectivity in response to comp plan direction and what we heard from our community engagement process. Next slide, please. The design team envisions that in its place, a multimodal bike ped alley called a Wooner could provide a mid-block connection and room for a public plaza. These images show that alley concept in similar revitalization projects in DC and New York and have been widely well received by our community engagement process. Next slide, please. And so looking at the aerial of the site, this shows how disconnected the parcels are from the streets today and where the surface parking provides opportunity to reorganize the site to be a more pedestrian-friendly, walkable urban center. Next slide, please. This slide shows that rearrangement to pull the parking and building massing towards the rail corridor to our east, to preserve the Creamery building and the historic components that we've already discussed, to place new uses along the rail line and the 400 block. And this opens up the middle of the site for the new Wooner and Public Plaza, providing connections north-south and to east-west to the Glenwood Avenue corridor. The 400 parcel is hatched here because it's part of the zoning request, but is not part of the historic landmark designation, so is not subject to the COA. However, the remainder of the site, the 410 site, is subject to the COA that's already been approved. Next slide, please. As Ira mentioned, we applied for the Phase 1 COA to determine the massing, setback, and step-back restrictions during the zoning process and received unanimous approval in one meeting. This diagram shows that approved Phase 1 COA, and you can see the public plaza, the separation of the new construction, and the setbacks from Tucker. Importantly, it limits the height to 20 stories for the new construction and 2 to 3 stories for the Creamery. This means that despite the 40-story zoning request, 85% of the project site will be 20 stories or less, and about 50% of the overall site will be 2 stories or less, much of it in flat with the urban plaza. The only potential for 40 stories is on the 400 block, which is only 15% of the overall site and has no historic designation. The Phase 2 COA will still be required, but we'll pursue that at site plan, setting out materials and architectural details for the new construction. And these will form an extra layer of regulation on top of the zoning. Next slide, please. This illustrates the massing of how the stepbacks pull the building off of Tucker Street, which was an important aspect to both the RHDC and the COA committee to preserve view sheds and pedestrian traffic. This not only preserves the view of the Creamery building, but the pedestrian experience as you encounter the new construction. Next slide, please. We invested a year of community engagement and historic approvals upfront because it was important that our project reflected our development goals. We sought the parallel Phase 1 COA approval early because we wanted to deliver more certainty about the preservation of this landmark and the limits of the new development. Next slide, please. That investment delivered meaningful conditions in addition to the Phase 1 COA. Our request provides the significant public benefits of historic preservation, public gathering space, and supporting alternative means of transportation both around and within the site. The trade-off is a 40-story designation on a very small portion of the site, and yet the overall site is still walkable to a new BRT station consistent with the comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. Thus, the request is consistent with the overall comprehensive plan, the future land use designation, numerous land use and downtown policies regarding mixed use, pedestrian-friendly development, and significant historic preservation policies. We request your recommendation for approval and are happy to answer questions, reserving the balance of the time for our team.
Okay, thank you very much, Jamie.
Chair Tomasulo?
Yes.
I apologize. This is Ira Mabel again. There is just one issue noted in the staff report that I forgot to update the final slide that I just want to throw out there. So the request does include a condition requiring the provision of a new Citrix bike share station, but does not include also adding additional bikes to the fleet. So generally, we like to keep a certain ratio of number of docks to number of bikes. So something that staff was interested in. I think the transportation staff is available should you wish to hear like what the provision of the bike station itself did for their review. So not anything to illegal or anything to hold the case up, but I did forget to update the final slide. So I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you. I guess I thought I saw somewhere that there were 4 bikes included. Is that?
They include a minimum number of docks, so a certain size station at least, but are not guaranteeing actual purchasing of new bicycles.
Okay, well, I guess thank you for that update. seeing that I guess the applicant has deferred the rest of their time for staff or questions, we will move on to the one person who is signed up to speak on this, who is a neighbor or opposed. And there will be 2 minutes on the clock for Mr. Miller. Ray, do we have Mr. Miller on?
Hi.
Sorry, it took me a second to find him on the list. Here he is.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I would ask that my 2 minutes be extended since I'm the only one in opposition to this. And normally they would have 10 minutes for that.
I'm so sorry, sir, but this is how we operate.
All right. Good morning. My name is Larry Miller, and I live at 510 Glenwood Avenue, and that's less than a block from the Creamery Building. I'm president of the Glenwood South Neighborhood Collaborative. GSNC is an organization with over 800 members who are either residents or businesses located in Glenwood South or Friends of Glenwood South. After learning of the rezoning proposal to allow up to 40 stories at 400 and 410 Glenwood Avenue, GSNC decided to conduct a survey of its members to obtain their views on this proposal. This was not a scientific survey, but it was offered as representation of the sentiments of interested people. I won't go through the survey because you have that in the document that I presented and the supporting documents that I previously provided. So in order to, in brevity, I'll cut that out. But in the past, we did a similar survey with the 40-story building at the phase 3 of the Kane development at Smoky Hollow. In connection with that, our members voted 4-1 in favor of a 40-story building. I mention that because in the current survey, there were 121 that supported it, 131 that opposed it. So our membership does not have a knee-jerk reaction to 40-story buildings when they are appropriate. Based on the location, we do support it. This one is not appropriate. The GSNC has been an active participant in the certification of appropriateness process, which is progressing on a parallel track before the Raleigh Historic Development Commission. We have expressed support for the proposal of the property owner, Turnbridge Equities, before the RHDC to preserve the historic Pine State Creamery building and to limit its massing and height proposal on the historic site to 20 stories. Indeed, if Turnbridge Equities' proposal were limited to the 20 stories proposed on the historic site, GSNC would be in full support. However, it is the non-historic parcel located at 400 Glenwood Avenue to which this rezoning for 40 stories would be problematic.
Thank you very much. And I will let you know that we did receive, at least I know I received that whole report and I have reviewed it. So I do appreciate you kind of going through that today. For questions and comments from the commissioners. Commissioner Fox.
A point of clarity on the survey question. Do we have the date that the survey was administered as compared to the date that the COA for massing was received? And my question is basically gearing towards, did people think they were voting on the entirety of one whole city block going to 40 stories, or did they know they were voting on 25% of a block going to 40 stories?
I was trying to review the information that we have in our inbox to see if there are any dates. It was in October that it looks like comments were coming in, which means that it must have happened prior to October, which was 3 months ago. Do we know when the COA happened?
I believe the COA was approved in September. Jamie might have more information.
That is correct. September. And I believe they went to the COA committee twice.
Okay. Oh, it says that the survey was open from October 2nd through October 23rd. It doesn't look like they mention anything about the COA with regards to the survey, so it's really hard to tell how much nuance or detail was actually included.
This is Jamie Schwaler. Just to clarify that, we did receive the COA approval in September. However, I believe that survey was distributed prior to the COA presentation and approval. So the copy we received was, I guess, collected in October, but it appears at least the survey was open prior. So it's difficult to tell from those respondents whether they're reacting to that limit or whether they really were given the information that only 15% of the site would have that 40-story eligibility.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Miller.
If you look at the content of the comments as well, about half of them are concerned about the fact that this is the historic creamery building and they don't want that building to be 40 stories. So that also is indicative that that's what they thought was going to happen at this block.
Commissioner McIntosh.
I'm wondering if there might be a need for some outreach to the Glenwood group that Mr. Miller spoke for. Seems like that could potentially, if neighbors didn't have full information, it might give them better information to understand the project and might help with neighbor acceptance.
Yeah, this is Jamie Schwaler. Just to clarify, we have been meeting with the Glenwood South Neighborhood Collaborative since early 2020. We've met with Mr. Miller at least 2 formal times and probably closer to 4 to 5 times. And I don't think it's accurate to say that survey was just to the collaborative. It was widely distributed, and you can see that some of the respondents indicated they don't live in that area. So yeah, I don't believe it's anywhere close to a suggestion that they're not aware or have participated in the process. I think the survey, it's questionable what they understood and the timing that the survey was distributed, but we've had those stakeholder groups since January of 2020 last year, intentionally so that we could include the Glenwood South neighborhood folks early and often, and have kept them updated throughout. And as Mr. Miller noted, he did participate and speak in favor at the COA approval in September. So I'm sorry if I glossed that over in my presentation. We very much have actively engaged with that group as well as other community stakeholders for the better part of a year.
Thank you very much. Other questions or comments? Commissioner O'Haver.
I guess just to follow up to Commissioner McIntosh's comment, if my math is correct, and listen to Ms. Schwedler's remarks, 41% of those who approve live in Glenwood South, and 34% oppose who live in Glenwood South. The rest do not live there. So again, I think indicative of the folks in that area, what their thoughts are on the project. So if my math is correct, I'm not good at math, so someone can correct me, but I was just curious after looking at these statistics.
Okay, thank you. We'll add, after reviewing this pretty thoroughly, I also, out of just sheer curiosity, was a part of one of the public meetings because it just happened to be around when I was curious how public meetings were going and being led. And this is also the architecture team is pretty impressive as well. And so I was also curious to see what they were going to propose and honestly, I was incredibly excited when I first heard the proposal. This was prior to the COA approval or anything else. There was still a lot of, I think, back and forth going on around the historic assets and the elements of that area. But, you know, I saw this as a great precedent for how we can add more housing and more room for businesses in downtown along transit corridors that is very respectful of historic assets, of public open space, of street life. The fact that they're creating and investing in the public experience, committed to preserving this historic asset. To me, I feel like in the last couple of years, just have not seen an applicant do this level of commitment, engagement, design, expectation setting. And so I just kind of want to get out there and just say that, because I think that they really should be commended. I don't know if everyone agrees with every aspect of this. I don't expect people to, but I will say from the intentionality that they've taken around this from when, I mean, I think that the meeting I heard was cute before COVID. And so just the fact that they're really, really focused on and get like setting expectations and being intentional around it, I think it's just really worth noting. And, you know, around the height, it's a very small percentage of the lot, and I am in support of this project. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. Chair Tomasulo, you said a lot of what I was going to say, so I won't repeat it all. I do want to echo though that I appreciate the intentionality of the applicant and the development team, especially around community engagement, because it does seem like they have made an effort to proactively engage the community. And I also appreciate that they're doing the COA process simultaneous to this process. So they are sensitive to the historic characteristics of the creamery and that historic boundary. I'm generally supportive of this as well. I just wanted to point out one thing, and that was around the, in the condition, there is a prohibition on social services. And I found that curious, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about the social services provision, because, you know, as we have these conversations about equity and trying to be inclusive, a prohibition against social services can be interpreted as trying to keep away poor people. And I don't think we want to give that impression in the developments that we're doing. Again, I'm generally supportive of this. I don't think that's the intention of the applicant, but when I see a prohibition on social services, that's kind of, well, actually, that was immediately what I thought when I read it. So I would love to know exactly what we are prohibiting and why, because I think it's important in light of the equity discussions that we've been having.
Commissioner Bennett, I think it's a great point, and I'm really glad you raised it. That list of uses was a compilation of uses that we've done on just about every zoning case we've had, out of a compilation of what we've heard from communities as we've gone, and no one's raised it. And now that you have, I think we will definitely look to evaluate that in all of our future rezonings. The work and the way that the conditions are set up on this particular case, we can't change that without having kind of significant delay going forward and to council. But I absolutely appreciate you raising it, and we'll look at taking that out of our future list of just kind of standard uses. It's a great point.
And if this is Ira Mabel again, if I may also interject, not to say whether or not that should be prohibited or not, but it is a defined use in the UDO. So defined as a facility that provides treatment for psychiatric, alcohol, or drug problems, and also includes homeless shelters, basically. So there's 3 particular things in that category. So just to be clear, what that is a fairly well-defined use.
Okay, thank you both. Commissioner Fox.
I believe Commissioner Hicks might have had a question that didn't get addressed yet. And then I also have a question about parking. I'll pitch that one in and let the applicant just hit on both of those. So to be clear, based on the COA and the Part T, the concept you have laid out on the site, the parking for the southwest corner would be contained in the piece of the property that has the COA on it, meaning ultimately the height of that 40-story portion would be limited by the amount of parking you can contain in the remainder of the site. Is that accurate?
That's correct. In addition to the physical limitations of where we've shown the parking in the COA, we'd also be subject to the step backs and everything else under the UDO that further restricts height and massing on that 400 block. And then, thank you. If that answers your question, I'd like to turn over to Fred Belladin to respond to Commissioner Hicks' question. I think the sculpture you're referring to is on the area that would be otherwise subject to the preservation easement. But just want to make sure I confirm that, and Fred can probably address those issues.
Good morning. Yes, I'm assuming the sculpture that Ms. Hicks is referring to is the top of the tower at the corner of Glenwood and Tucker. That was a piece, just for a little bit of history for everybody, that is based on an original rendering that the architect did for the building when it was built back in the 20s, that represented a butter churn and a milk bottle on top of it. Very Art Deco way of expressing things. Because it is on the historic portion of the building, it would be subject to COA approval. And I'm happy to turn it over to Jason. I don't believe that there's any intention of removing it, but obviously we're very early in the process at this point.
Correct. We have no intention of removing it. It would be subject to the COA and the conservation easement.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I guess another clarification or question for the applicant was Commissioner Hicks. Sorry, Commissioner Hicks was around the that sculpture, right? Did that fulfill? Okay. And Commissioner Fox, I just got a little turned around there with the one. Did you receive the answer that you were looking for?
Yes, I did. Basically, that tower on the corner is functioning as a 100% corner, and it's going to have active uses all the way down to the ground floor versus having podium construction, because the parking for it will be contained in that piece that's limited to 20 stories. So that ultimately will serve as the cap controlling how much meat you get in the sandwich on the other site. Does that make sense? That's my paraphrasing of the applicant.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. That's very helpful. And I guess Commissioner O'Haver.
Go ahead, Matt. I was getting ready to entertain a motion.
Okay, I was just going to ask around for clarification around the bike share. It seems like great that they're adding it. It seems like a fairly small piece of this pie. I didn't know if the applicant had any more details based on discussions with transportation staff around Ira's little update at the tail end of your presentation.
We had discussed that request with the staff, and we actually started off the commitment with a bike share in the right of way because that's what the city has just down the street by the Hibernian. And based on a request from transportation, we added in the option to actually have the bike share on our site instead of in the right of way. But we can't commit to those locations and what exactly that will look like without going through the COA phase 2 process, because the site plan will have to be approved by the COA committee, and the locations for the bike shares and that sort of thing. So we already have responded to transportation's request in terms of providing more public interest benefit by providing the bike share on our site. Whether we can add the bikes as well is something we'll continue to evaluate as we move forward to council. But again, the year-long process that we've invested on the historic aspect of this, it would be wonderful to move forward and entertain that request, as well as other feedback from council as we move forward in the process and not delay this case further.
Okay, thanks for clarification. Commissioner Hicks.
Yep, I just wanted to follow up with Chair Tomasulo and Commissioner Bennett's comments that generally in support of this project, and just want to commend the applicant for clearly a really thoughtful process, both in determining how the land use will be used and also engaging the community, and also just as setting a really excellent precedent for development in Raleigh, taking into account context-sensitive design, adaptive reuse, and transit-oriented development, as well as, capitalizing on transit access, and generally just taking into account how new development and historic landmarks can coexist in a really what am I trying to say? In a beautiful way, but also in a thoughtfully considered way. And so I just wanted to share those thoughts and say that I am generally in support of this case.
Okay, thank you. At that, Commissioner McIntosh.
I agree with everything that's been said as far as the thoughtful approach to this project, and the massing model is beautiful, and I'm very excited about the public space that's being thoughtfully designed between the new buildings and the historic building. But I do have a concern that I know our schedule has been cramped because of a large rezoning project, at the end of the last year. And I understand this case was delayed, because of the backlog at the Planning Commission. And I understand that the applicant, has a need to move forward. But what I don't understand, I support Commissioner Bennett's request to remove the prohibition on social services. And I guess I'm just, on most rezoning cases we get, adding or removing, a couple words in a condition would not be a big deal. And understand, the problem is because of the timetable, but I just don't, I wish there was a way that wording could be changed. And not being an attorney, I'm not sure I understand why it would be so difficult.
I believe that Ms. Schwadler could weigh in, but from my understanding, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, if we were to update it at this point in the process, then we would have to go back. Staff would have to change it. I don't know if that's administrative or not, or technical or not.
Yeah, so this is Ira Mabel. It's just a question of timing, really. So Commissioner McIntosh is right. The actual act of removing two words is not a big lift on anybody's part, but any change to a condition at this point would require a 2-week delay, no matter how you slice it. So theoretically, if you voted on a recommendation today, it would get reported to council next week, and they could theoretically schedule the February 2nd public hearing. So any delay to that would probably push the case a month. So I can't speak to whether or not what that delay would do, but any change to condition at this point would have that outcome.
That's right, Ira, and that's the concern here is that we, intentionally put so much time at the outset before we even filed to get the historic part right, and then faced a big backlog at the Planning Commission and really want to get to designing this building and moving forward while things are getting more predictable in the light of COVID. So, and I think the practical effect of this is more of a message to the community than a reality of changing in the development, because we do not intend to provide social services uses. My understanding is that those are already present along Glenwood. So it would really be more of a symbolic change than something that would really impact the project in a meaningful way. So it would be our preference in light of all of the investment we've done and the other public interest amenities that we are providing on the site to make that if that's important to the commission, make it clear here in this public setting and let us change that in future proposals and encourage others to do the same, but to not hold the process up for something that ultimately will not change the outcome of the proposal for this particular case.
Okay, and can't council change that if they desire as well?
They cannot, because that would make the case less restrictive. It would remove a prohibited use. And once this body has acted on it, things cannot get less restrictive. It's really just a matter of timing. Had that issue been raised to us, a month ago or 2 months ago, we would have taken care of it. But it wasn't, and so I appreciate it being raised, and this team will definitely take it to heart and appreciates all the wonderful comments you've shared with us throughout this process and the accolades this team has shown. But just respectfully would not like to have that issue hold up us moving forward.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Commissioner Haber.
Yeah, I think, again, with the applicant's acknowledgement of that prohibition and Commissioner Bennett's satisfaction with that, I think I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
So I move to recommend approval of Z 2820. The rezoning request is reasonable in the public interest. Knowing the development pattern along West Street corridor, the two-pronged COA process, the addition of the significant public space, the retention of the historic asset, the significant community engagement, all play a role in that, and it's supported by a number of specific policies in the comp plan, which Ms. Hicks mentioned a handful of those, but I will repeat those to get them in the motion. Policy LU 1.2, future land use map and zoning consistency. Policy UD 1.4, maintaining facade lines. Policy HP 1.2, cultural and historic resource preservation. Policy HP 2.7, mitigating impacts on historic sites. Policy HP 3.4, context sensitive design. Policy DT 1.3, underutilized sites in downtown. And for good measure, policy DT 4.1, encouraging downtown housing.
That is a motion. Commissioner Fox?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I will now look to Chinitha for roll call.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye, but I'd like on the record that I am opposed to prohibiting social services in urban areas.
I have that. Commissioner Fox? How do you vote? Thank you. Commissioner Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
And Chair Tomasulo.
Aye, and I will also share that when I report to City Council as well, Commissioner Bennett. All right. So the motion passes unanimously 10-0. Moving on to item F2, case number Z3420 is a request to rezone approximately 82 acres of land from Wake County zoning to commercial mixed use 3 stories conditional use, residential mixed use 4 stories, parkway conditional use, and residential 10 conditional use. John Anagnost will present on behalf of staff.
Good morning. This case is located at the northeast corner of Forestville Road and Lewisburg Road. So it's across Forestville Road from the Highland Creek neighborhood in the far northeast part of Raleigh. I believe the slides will be coming up in just a moment. And the site is currently outside of Raleigh city limits and outside of Raleigh's extraterritorial jurisdiction. It is in an area that Raleigh is allowed to annex as part of our annexation agreement with Wake County and other adjoining municipalities. And we'll see a slide of that in a moment. And so being outside of the ETJ, the current zoning on this site is Wake County zoning. So along Lewisburg Road, there is what's called a highway district, which is similar to Raleigh's commercial mixed use district. And then behind that is a residential 30 district from Wake County. And in Wake County, 30 represents not the density, but the minimum lot size. And so that district would require at least 30,000 square feet for each lot with a dwelling unit. Looks like we're still waiting on the slides here. But I can continue with the presentation. So the future land use map for this location is a combination of low density residential and office and residential mixed use. Wait a little bit longer for the slide.
It may be a minute. We're having some technical difficulties getting these slides up on the screen. So our apologies.
Are you prepared for this moment, Mr. Bowers?
Am I prepared for this moment?
Matt, real quick, Matt, while we have a break in the presentation, the last vote you called 10-0, I believe it's 9-0, if you could clarify that.
Yes, so an update to the minutes and record showing that with case Z 2820, the vote was unanimously 9-0, not 10-0. My mistake.
Thank you.
And now we have our slides, so we will proceed.
Yep. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this slide is going to show the delineation between the proposed districts for the site. So this image, you can see Lewisburg Road at the lower part of the screen, and then Forestville Road dividing the site on the left side of the screen. And so there you can see the division of districts. Next slide, please. This is showing the existing zoning. You can see that Wake County Highway District and Residential 30, the surrounding zoning being largely residential to the north and west. There is a shopping center at the southwest corner of Forestville and Lewisburg that is anchored by a Lowe's Food. And then that parcel immediately south of Lewisburg Road is undeveloped and would allow some commercial development and a mix of housing types. Next slide, please. Here you can see the boundaries between the annexation areas of Raleigh, Wake Forest, and Rollsville. So Wake Forest is the green there and Rollsville is the pink. So this is about the furthest to the northeast that Raleigh is allowed to annex property in Wake County. The boundary is that the street Little Lyles Road that forms a loop from Forestville to Lewisburg. Next slide, please. This slide shows the street plan map for this area. This is important to note because if this property is developed under Wake County zoning, There is a likelihood that this street will not be provided by the developer. If it is developed under Raleigh zoning, this street would be required to be constructed as a public street by the developer. Next slide, please. Here you can see the surrounding area. So this is a pretty abrupt transition from a fairly urbanized area with the Highland Creek neighborhood and the shopping center to the south, and then pretty distinct turn to open space in rural areas. Next slide, please. A little closer look at the site. There is considerable stream network in this site. So you can see the sort of lighter, more gray tree cover there is the stream channels, and then the darker evergreen cover is the upland areas on the site. So 3 prominent streams crossing the site here and 2 ponds. Next slide, please. Here's a view from Lewisburg Road and Forest Hill Road. So as you'd expect, largely wooded. Next slide, please. This is the interface of the site with the Highland Creek neighborhood on the west side of Forest Hill Road. And so the site here is on the left side. And as you'll see in the conditions in a moment, the applicant has offered an additional protective yard behind the street trees that have been provided by Highland Creek. There will be an additional buffer there. But you can see that there would be a pretty direct interface there. Next slide, please. This is the existing house on the site, constructed in 1919. Capital Area Preservation has indicated that this is not eligible for listing on the National Register or local designation, as it does not have the significance or integrity required. Next slide, please. There are a number of conditions offered that are divided among the different areas of the site. So the first area defining the conditions is on the west side of Forestville Road, directly adjacent to Highland Creek. And what that requires is a minimum lot size similar to residential 6. So minimum lot size in residential 6 is 6,000 square feet. This is requiring at least 5,500 square feet. And then setting a maximum number of units in that area that produces a overall density for that portion west of Forestville Road of about 2 units per acre. So fairly low density there. And then that buffer yard against the Amory Lane Street. The CX portion at the northeast corner of Lewisburg and Forestville prohibits a lot of the commercial uses that are allowed in CX to produce a district that's more similar to NX. And so it would still allow 3 uses that make it inconsistent with the future land use map: drive-through, restaurants, and gas station. And so those uses are still allowed. And the maximum development there is 50,000 square feet, which could be used as residential. On the east side of Forestville Road, I'm sorry, there's an error on this slide and the next one. These should both refer to the east side of Forestville Road. The R10 proposed area has a series of buffering requirements along the northern and eastern boundaries. And we'll see an exhibit of what those look like in a moment. Next slide, please. And that includes fence, some tree planting, and a portion of the site that would remain undeveloped. And then within that eastern R10 area, there would be a roughly half-acre amenity area. I will point out that in these conditions, there is an open area term that's used to set a minimum amount of area to be set aside. That definition is not the same as the UDO definition. So the applicant has defined open area for these conditions as space that is not public right-of-way or can be driven on or occupied by buildings. So that could include the yards of private homes. So that's a fairly weak definition of open area relative to the UDO definition. Next slide, please. For the RX4 portion, that's adjacent to Lewisburg Road and extends to the eastern portion of the site. Again, buffering along the northern boundary where there is adjacent to rural residential development. And then limiting the number of units. So in this area, it would produce an effective density of about 10 units per acre, and then requiring a roughly quarter-acre amenity area. Next slide, please. So here we'll see some, the final condition is a multi-use path on the east side of the development that would connect the R10, the RX, and the CX zoning areas. Next slide, please. This is the west side of Forestville Road, adjacent to Highland Creek. So you can see that Amory Lane area that you saw that photo of a moment ago. And so there is a proposed 20-foot buffer along a portion of Amory Lane. Next slide, please. Here you can see the buffer requirements on the northern boundary. And so that is a fence, a 60-foot undeveloped area, and then a 50-foot building setback. The issue with the conditions as they're currently written is that the applicant is using the term buffer, but not describing what vegetation or what level of land disturbance would take place in that buffer. And so due to the vagueness of those definitions, these buffers will act in the current construction of the case simply as a setback. So that is one of the items that we've noted for the applicant, is that we would like for some additional definition of is there planting or controls on land disturbing activities in those areas. In this particular situation, there is an area where plantings are required and specified, but for the most part, the buffers are not defined. Next slide, please. Here you can see the boundary of the RX portion with the existing development to the north. So this is at the far east end of the site. And this area would require a 75-foot building setback, as well as the neighborhood transition requirements that would apply if the property to the north had Raleigh zoning. Because it's Wake County zoning, the normal neighborhood transition requirements do not apply. Next slide, please. Here you can see a breakdown of the development, roughly quadrupling the residential development. So the 457 units that you see on the left or the right side of the table there is assuming that all 50,000 square feet in the CX portion is used for residential space. If it is not used for residential at all, that would yield 410 units and then 50,000 square feet of non-residential development. And so with those 410 units in the R10 and RX portions of the site, that yields a residential density of about 5.6 units per acre. Next slide, please. And here you can see the breakdowns by the individual areas of the site according to the allowed number of units and the acreage. And so you can see in the northern part of the site, it's actually lower than 6 units per acre recommended by low density residential, and then greater in the RX portion, but with an overall density for the R10 and RX portions that is under 6 units per acre. And then with the considerable riparian areas and the conditions requiring open space and amenity areas, this has been evaluated as consistent with the future land use map designation of low density residential. Next slide, please. And so here you can see the future land use map. And as I just described, that combination of building types, density, and open space and amenity area is consistent with the low density designation, which sets a maximum recommendation of 6 units per acre, unless there is significant open space set aside. The request is inconsistent with the office and residential mixed use designation on the site due to the allowed commercial uses in the CX district. And so that would, if this case is approved, would require an amendment to the future land use map to community mixed use for that southwest corner of the site. Next slide, please. The urban form map shows a parkway corridor for Lewisburg Road. So the RX portion of the proposal does include the parkway frontage, which is what is recommended by the parkway corridor, and that requires a 50-foot vegetated protected yard along Lewisburg Road. So that would be meeting that recommendation. So the overall evaluation is that the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan due to the consistency with the majority of the future land use map on the site and with the urban form, as well as adding to housing and a development that is capable of integrating a mix of uses to allow for travel internally to the site. Next slide, please. And the next slide. There are 2 inconsistent policies, and those are related to the location of the site and the availability of infrastructure. So this, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, is at the far reaches of Raleigh's allowed annexation area. And so this is not the most desirable location in terms of infrastructure efficiency and good urban planning for new growth, particularly of the density that's proposed in some portions of the site. And that is indicated by the traffic impact analysis that was submitted by the applicant, which shows that the southbound approach on Forestville Road to the Lewisburg intersection would experience a level of service of F with the completion of this project to the maximum development intensity. Next slide, please. Here you can see the future land use amendment that would be caused if this is approved. And there is, next slide, please. As I mentioned, desire for the conditions to be clarified for the buffers around the boundaries of that project. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, John. We will now hear from the applicant, Michael Birch, presenting on behalf of the applicant and all of those in support of 10 minutes to speak.
All right, good morning, Chair Tomasulo, Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Thank you. With me this morning, that's also on the meeting is Seth Coker with Comet Development, Dion Brown, traffic engineer with Davenport, Joe Faulkner, professional engineer with CE Group. Appreciate John and Ignace working with us really over the past years. We've been working on this, but even more recently, recall that we were on your agenda a few weeks ago, poised to be referred to committee of the whole because of our double inconsistency. We asked that you hold us at the table so that we could continue to work to resolve those. And as you can see in the staff report today, our request is now consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. So again, I appreciate staff working with us on that. From a slide standpoint, if John is able to, or someone's able to pull back up the staff presentation and maybe put it back on the slide, the proposed zoning map that showed the densities. I'm just going to use that to talk off for a few minutes. But wanted to touch on, this is a unique opportunity here with 82 acres located in the Forestville Village area. The city really started planning in this area in the early 2000s, kind of first brought on by the Highland Creek neighborhood to our west, which is over 1,100 dwelling units that has been built out over 15 years. Of course, Longleaf Estates to the north, which is recently developed. The Forestville Crossing Shopping Center with the Lowe's Food there across from Highland Creek. And I'll also note, you'll see the property kind of on the south side of Lewisburg Road here across from the site. I want to note that that property is zoned PD and was zoned PD back in 2004, 2005. And that PD permits essentially a grocery anchored shopping center, well in excess of 50, 60,000 square feet of commercial, as well as additional residential density with building heights up to 4 stories. So I just wanted to make that clear. I think there was one image that kind of designated that as open space, but that is zone PD and is intended as a grocery anchored shopping center with residential. And so even though this site is on the edge of the city's jurisdiction, it's important to know that the city has been active in this area. There was even a small area plan done over 15 years ago for this area. And I think it's also important to understand this property's location regionally. Wake Forest is located immediately to the north along Forestville Road. And there's commercial north along Forestville up at Rogers Road. And then Rollsville is to the immediate kind of northeast along Lewisburg Road with the new Rollsville bypass. And there's a significant amount of growth going on being driven in that area. And so just because we're on the edge of the city of Raleigh's jurisdiction, it's not like we're kind of out in the middle of nowhere. This is a very high growth area. And in terms of the provision of services, utilities, et cetera, I think the proposed development with its housing variety, density, commercial uses will ensure a much more efficient provision of services than developing under Wake County zoning at 1.5 units per acre, single family. And so with that, one thing that we did from the beginning as a part of this case, recognizing that we do have 80 acres, is we focus on really ensuring and providing a mix of housing opportunities, housing variety, some of which is really not provided in this area currently. On the west side, you'll see where we've conditioned that to single family homes adjacent to the Highland Creek subdivision and Longleaf Estate subdivision. On the north side of that road shown on the thoroughfare plan, that's where we have provided for townhomes, limited in density and height. In that more orange area, the 10 dwelling units per acre, we're allowing 4-story apartment buildings there. That product does not exist in this area. And then, of course, preserving some ability to do a limited amount of retail or office uses at that corner. This is really the only opportunity on the, call it north side, inbound side of Lewisburg Road to provide kind of retail uses. And so also a unique opportunity to provide it on the north side off of Forestville, so folks don't have to necessarily cross over Lewisburg Road to get to retail services. So from a working with a community standpoint, again, we started on this process in early 2020. We've held multiple neighborhood meetings and have kind of maintained dialogue with our neighbors in the area, particularly those to the north of our proposed townhome location. You'll see that kind of work and communication reflected in the conditions and have the extensive buffer requirements, and want to just acknowledge that we continue to work on that language. We appreciate John's request for some clarification on what can go on in that buffer, a little more definition, and we can do that to make those clarifications and also provide some enhancements beyond even the kind of buffers and transitions that we're providing in the conditions before you today. I do want to also touch on kind of the other point of inconsistency, which is the transportation level of service. And I think in the staff report that is largely focused on Lewisburg Road and Forestville Road and Leland Road and Lewisburg Road down at Highland Creek in the AM peak hour. So I think it's important to note that those intersections are currently operating at a level of service F, and would do so in the future conditions even without this development. Our TIA kind of assumed a 3-phase approach to the development, with the first phase being the apartments along Lewisburg Road, and would just note that that level of development, that amount of development in that first phase only increases delay in the AM peak by 5 seconds over the future no build condition at Leland and Lewisburg, and by only about 6 seconds at Lewisburg Road and Forestville Road. Now, in the second phase, that's where the commercial is taken into account. And at that point, I would just want to say from a TIA standpoint that the TIA assumed many high trip generating uses to be as conservative as possible at this rezoning stage, knowing that at the site plan stage, we'll have more certainty as to actually what those uses are, and they may very well be lower trip generating uses. But with the many improvements that are being proposed as part of that phase 2, including a full northbound lane on the east side of Forestville Road, another left-hand turn off of Lewisburg Road onto Forestville. Again, it's an existing F at Lewisburg and Forestville. And we are actually, with those improvements, reducing the amount of delay over that full future no build condition at Lewisburg Road and Forestville Road. Again, just important to note that the UDO kind of addresses this situation and provides for security for the surrounding area and the city to ensure sufficient infrastructure, and that's in 8.2.2. And so there are mechanisms built into the code at the site plan stage that ensure that development of this site will not overburden the infrastructure.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Birch.
Thank you.
We will now move to, we have 3 speakers signed up, each who will be given 2 minutes. Or either neighbors or opposed. So Ray, if you could please allow the first speaker to speak.
Yep, first we have Annie McGee.
Thanks.
Hi. I think I've provided a presentation. Do you guys have to have the slides up? Thank you. Well, first off, thank you for letting me speak today. I have discussed these conditions with Michael Birch about the fence and the building setback. One of the first things I would like to show you is my home is the home down here in the bottom left corner that's circled. If you could go to the next slide, you'll actually notice how my house is right up against the buffer line. So at the very bottom of the red circle, you will see this is where my porch actually touches the buffer line or my boundary line. So all of the other homes that are along Forestville Road actually have an extended, like they're not going to be as impacted with the buildings being built so close to their home. Now I have spoken with Michael and they have given me the 60-foot buffer, but I would like to show a couple images of what my house looks like on the back. If you could go to the next slide. So this is currently what the back of my house looks like. And on the next slide, it actually shows what the 60-foot buffer would look like. This is a significant reduction in the backyard of my home. Again, I am a single female, I'm 30 years old, very first home. This is not my forever home. This is a home that I do intend to sell at some point in the future. My concern is that this 60-foot buffer would dramatically reduce my home property value with there being a 6-foot fence and trees along this way. What I have been asking for is for a 90-foot buffer, just to be able to have a little bit of breathing room in regards to where the buildings are going to be set. If you look in the very back, that's actually where it kind of dog legs down to that 30-foot buffer. On the next slide, you'll actually see a person that's standing. That is where 60 feet is from my property, which is as close as the building or as close as they have a building setback for that 30-foot buffer. So and I do have additional comments, but I can provide those at another time. But that is my opposition today.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ray, the next speaker, please.
Next, we have Steve Morrison.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Steve Morrison, and I live east of Forestville Road on 14 acres with a 3-acre pond in the backyard. I share about 1,000 feet of property line with the subject parcel. And for context, we live in the county, and we enjoy living in what is currently a rural-like setting. We fish, we ride ATVs around the pond, and we even, sometimes target shoot in the backyard, legally, that is. And I mention these things because we do sometimes produce a lot of noise from our property, and I think I would be, remiss in not mentioning it. What is currently proposed next to my property is about a 7-fold increase in density over R30, according to my calculations. And, generally speaking, I think it's wrong to increase the density right up against people's properties in a way that creates sharp density transitions. When people buy a property, they have a certain expectation, I think, that the immediate surrounding areas are of the same character, and they will remain that way. Otherwise, if it changes, they no longer have what they originally bought. Also, my understanding is that once a traffic study is accepted, that traffic concerns don't really factor that much into a commission's rezoning decisions. However, I think that a lot of people listening will directly attribute the traffic issues that we experience, to what I refer to as the cart before the horse development that assumes, the needed infrastructure will catch up later. Having said all that, Michael Birch has made continual efforts to try and mitigate the proposed development's impact on my property by improving setbacks, buffers, tree plantings, fence location, and routing. And these are all steps, I think, in the right direction, but not yet written into the conditions. Further, I think I need to have more details about how stormwater runoff would affect, my property. In the interest of time, since Michael Birch is working toward granting all of my requests, there will be really no need for me to specifically refer to that exhibit that's shown right there. Although I'm currently opposed to the request as it reads today, I'm optimistic that the conditions will solidify to something that I will feel more comfortable with in the future.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that.
Sure.
And the third individual signed up to speak did not join the meeting. So I would now like to bring it back to the table for question and conversation. I will kind of highlight a few things quickly, just because I'm hearing a few things that it sounds like we are missing some details from the conditions that would that have been ongoing, that are a result of ongoing conversations with some of the adjoining property owners. And it sounds like we're, at least for me, at minimum, to vote on this, we'd have to have those actually written down on paper so that we can actually know that they're committed to. And so a few things that I heard was, some lack of clarity around open space, lack of detail on buffers specifically related to, I think, some of these adjoining property folks. And then also the service level of F and access through the site. I know I was just curious about how that played into things. I also want to be cognizant of time and knowing that we're not going to, that I'm expecting that we're going to need more conditions for this. I guess I'm looking for specific questions that we could pose with staff and the applicant to enhance this application. Commissioner McIntosh.
Yeah, question I had in the staff report said the requested commercial mixed use 3 stories conditional use district is inconsistent with the office and residential mixed use land use recommendations. And so my question for the applicant is, in order to make the application more consistent, would you be willing to add conditions to prohibit vehicle fuel sales and eating establishments with drive-through service in that commercial mixed use 3-story portion?
Hello, Commissioner McIntosh, Michael Birch. So just a couple of items about that CX district. So first of all, we have limited the square footage essentially to a 0.5 FAR, which is pretty significantly lower than could be developed even at single story retail for 10 acres in order to address the traffic concerns. But I would say there is, I think the feedback that we received from particularly our initial neighborhood meeting was the desire for retail service options on that side of Lewisburg Road, on that north side. And given our ability to provide those at an intersection that is well buffered from any other residential uses, and because some of those uses that you mentioned would be providing a service that is really not close by and could limit, overall vehicle miles driven to access those services in the area, we would very much like to maintain those uses.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For one point of clarity that I had, will or will not the applicant be required to build that road that we see on the street guide?
So, Commissioner Thomas, so this is Michael Brooks. So if we are, within the city of Raleigh planning jurisdiction, because that proposed street is on the street plan, that is an obligation for, any development to, dedicate and construct that street. That obligation would not be there if this was developed under Wake County zoning. And I would just say that obligation is kind of above and beyond just your basic block perimeter requirements. That is, on the street plan, so that you can't get around that obligation.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Commissioner O'Haver.
Thanks, Matt. I don't think this is going to help build the conditions, but Michael, can someone show me where that PD was located that calls for the grocery and residential? I was confused about where that was located in relation to this site. Can somebody help me with that?
Yeah, so this is Michael. If the staff presentation is pulled back up, really that first slide of the staff presentation shows its location. It is essentially the entire south side of Lewisburg Road across from our site.
I got it. I have the staff presentation right here. So I see it. It's the light pink that says PD.
Yeah, it's just under 40 acres. Yep. That's right.
Got it. Thank you.
I guess Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. My primary concern was around the traffic impacts. I appreciated Mr. Birch's discussion about the phasing of the project and that the higher intensity uses were coming in the second phase. So are the level of service Fs, is that once the project is built out overall, or is it an F now and an F through each of the phases, if that makes sense? I guess I'm wondering if maybe, after phase one, is it still a level of service F? And then if so, there might be things that could be done in phase two to mitigate the impact, or maybe there's some sort of transportation improvements that are going to be made between now and then, or is it just an F throughout the whole thing?
Right. Appreciate that question, and happy to kind of clarify. So existing today, both kind of Lewisburg Road and Leland Drive, as well as Lewisburg Road and Forestville, those intersections are operating at a level of service F today. And again, I'm focusing on the AM peak hour because that's when the F is occurring. So in those Fs, even without any portion of this project going kind of into the future 1 or 2 years, continues at an F. And then we have that, then we assume that the phase one gets built. Now for the phase one, based on the very minor increase of delay of 5 seconds and 6 seconds at Leland and the Forestville Road intersections, there are no kind of big picture intersection improvements proposed. Now, when you get to phase two, which is, again, includes the commercial uses, that is really where all of the infrastructure improvements are proposed. And that includes a signal at our site in Hartham Park off Forestville. That includes an additional lane on the east side of Forestville headed north along our entire frontage. That includes an additional turn lane off of Lewisburg onto Forestville. And so it is at that point, with those improvements, that the delay is decreased when you compare it to kind of the 2023 time period. With those improvements, we decrease that delay. Now that delay is still going to be above kind of the no build scenario, but those are kind of significant infrastructure improvements that will accommodate what's being developed on this site. But I would also say that this analysis assumes very high trip generating uses, and that at the site plan, staff has to evaluate, say at phase 2, the infrastructure sufficiency, and if those improvements are insufficient under the code, then the development intensity has to be scaled back.
Yes, Commissioner Bennett.
I just want to make sure I understand what Mr. Burke said. So in phase 2, with the improvements that you're proposing, the delay is reduced over the no build condition, or the delay is reduced over your build without the improvements?
Yeah, so thank you for the clarification. So it's certainly reduced from our build without improvements. The increase in delay over the no build, even with the improvements, again, increases about, I believe it's 24 seconds at Leland, and then about 40 seconds at Forestville Road.
Okay.
And that's at the overall, that's an overall intersection delay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. I guess another question for the applicant was around the buffers. Is it your intention to update the conditions to satisfy some of and galvanize some of the conversations that you've had with the adjacent property owners?
Yes, it is. And we've shared some updated conditions. We couldn't provide those to the Planning Commission just given the timing of submission of the conditions and all of that. But, we provided some updated conditions over the weekend, had conversations yesterday. Those conversations, I think, are ongoing. And so I kind of see it in two veins. One, there is kind of these just basic clarifications that need to be made kind of from a staff, enforcement, clarity standpoint. We can absolutely make those. And we're absolutely, continuing to work with Ms. McGee and Mr. Morrison. And I think, we are doing all we can to get as close to what they are asking for as we can. We've tried to be very honest with them about what we can do at this stage. And we've offered, an 85-foot building setback, for example, along Ms. McGee's property. It's unfortunate where her house was built relative to her property line. And so we're trying to do all we can on our side to make that situation as good as possible for her. And so I think over the next couple of days, we would be in a position to submit an updated set of conditions by Friday in order to be able to come back to the Planning Commission on the 26th.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. I just would like to express appreciation for this applicant as well, because I appreciate the community engagement. I know we're often critical of the efforts made or lack thereof regarding community engagement, and I think it's important to give credit. So I thought it was telling that Mr. Morrison, I believe, said he was opposed to the project or the rezoning as it currently stands, but he feels like he's moving toward a place where he could be supportive of it. And I think, credit goes to the community engagement process and the applicant's willingness to listen to the concerns of the residents and city staff and be responsive. So I just would like to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett.
Thanks, Commissioner Bennett. I second that. And I guess knowing and hearing this conversation and understanding what the applicant has planned for this week and updating the conditions, without objection, I'll just hold this at the table until our January 26th meeting, and we can move on so that then we can vote on those updated conditions after continued talks with the adjacent property owners.
Right. And Chair Thomas-Sulo, again, this is Michael Birch, just kind of one last parting comment. If we received some comments from the Planning Commission. If anyone else has any comments, we would love to hear those either today or outside of the meeting, knowing that y'all have a lot on your agenda today. But it would be in our intent to file updated conditions, to address everything that we've heard by Friday. So we look forward to doing that and seeing you all in 2 weeks.
Great, thank you. Commissioner McIntosh?
If I could, I'd just like to add my thank you to you all for your work with the neighbors and adding planted buffers in response to neighbor concerns.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, we will now, so that is Z3420 will be held at the table until the next Planning Commission meeting. We'll now move on to item F3, case number Z4320. This is a request to rezone approximately 11 acres of land from planned development to residential 10 conditional use. Matt Clem will provide the staff presentation.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, great. Just a few notes before we get started with the presentation. First is your deadline for action is January 25th. So that's Monday. That's on a Monday. So your second meeting this month would be January 26th. So your deadline for action is for today. I know that the applicants intend to make changes to the case, and Isabel Maddox will walk you through those in her remarks. And so I think they're anticipating some feedback and revision from you today. Additionally, I want to make a note on the walk and transit score metrics that were provided in the staff report. There's two pieces of property in the request, and they have kind of slightly different scores. And what's reported in the report is just from one of the pieces of property. And so I think when you see this again, we'll revise and have the best information on that front for you. But to get started, we're looking at just over 11 acres going from an existing planned development zoning district to R10 district with zoning conditions. And we can go to the next slide. Again, looking at the zoning here, you can see there's residential zoning on most sides, ranging from 2 to 4 to 10 units per acre. To the north, there's some office mixed use. That's on Avon Ferry Road. To the west, you'll see conservation management that is corresponds with the Walnut Creek, and just other mix of uses permitted, residential mixed use with 3-story heights and neighborhood mixed use to the west there in the pink color. That's the location of the Gorman Street Shopping Center, where there is a pharmacy there and a Food Lion, so not far from the site. Next slide, please. Again, looking at the aerial, the site is mostly wooded, it's all wooded. You can see, again, to the west where the Food Lion and Shopping Center is, the Greenway goes through the northern part of the property. Major streets, Avon Ferry, Trailwood, and Gorman in this area. Mostly low density to the south and east of the site. And then you have NC State, Lake Raleigh, and the woods associated with that open space amenity. North on Avon Ferry, you see there's quite a bit of multifamily housing. And then when you go west of Gorman Street, there's multifamily, and it tapers down to a lower density detached residential neighborhood. Next slide. A look at the site heading north on Trailwood, again, mostly wooded. The home you see on the left is the residents of the Beards. Madison and Shannon are here to speak today to you as well. We met with them on the site. I think it was sometime in mid-December to just walk through some of their concerns with them and some other neighbors in the area. So planning staff and stormwater staff were out there, and we spent maybe an hour and a half or so talking with a couple of neighbors. I think they're all signed up to speak today. Next slide. A look south on Trailwood Bridge, recently redone. You can see the new construction there. And this is under that yellow line. You can kind of see where the Walnut Creek Greenway Trail is. That is, of course, the Walnut Creek under the bridge. Pedestrian crossing over Trailwood there. We'll take the Walnut Creek, I guess it's inverted here, but east into town. Next slide. A couple of zoning conditions limiting density on the property to 101 units, setting aside 40% of the property as open space, offering a connection to that greenway we just saw in the previous slide, right there at the bridge, and then some buffering to the Beards property, which we looked at as well. Next slide. Change in entitlement here. The Trailwood PD is the current zoning, the planned development district that permits a maximum of 12 residential units. The request would increase that number to 101, about 9 units per acre. I think that is a potential change. The applicants may be considering reducing that number further from 101. I'll let Isabel, Ms. Maddox speak through that. The other changes significant are the setbacks. Right now, 0 to 10 foot setback. It will go up to 50, particularly on the Beards property. That's where that buffer is required. Those other setbacks stay the same. So that 50 feet is the zoning condition that's been offered. Next slide. So I got an asterisk here for that walk score we talked about. I'll bring back some additional information for you. When we hear this again, the walk score is, I believe it is higher or on par with the city standard. I just want to dig deeper into what we use a website to generate those scores. It's called walkscore.com. And I want to just think a little more through what that discrepancy may be. It could just be an anomaly in whatever algorithm it is that they use to run in general, but I just want to look through that. This was brought to my attention by the applicant that there was some discrepancy between a couple of various walk scores for the project. So we want to bring you back a better look at that. Next slide. Bus in the area, you got Avon Ferry and Buck Jones. You can see the project site in yellow. Also, I believe Avon Ferry Road is served by the Wolf Line, which is a free transit service. So just short walking distance from Avon Ferry Road to the site is a free transit service, the Wolf Line. Next slide. Does not include subsidized units, though, as you know, it does add to the housing supply from 12 to 100 potential units. The building type, I believe that they're intending to construct is an apartment type building. So increasing the variety and within walking distance of transit, a couple of options for transit. Next slide. The request is inconsistent with the future land use map here, which calls for low density residential, which is 1 to 6 units per acre. The request is for 9 units per acre. So in excess of that, I believe, again, that number could come down if the applicants revise, which I believe they intend to do. Next slide. Consistent with the plan overall, inconsistent with the future land use map, These are your consistent policies, buffering requirements south to the Beard's house, zoning for housing, a greenway-oriented development is right on the property. So offering not just recreational, but transportation options as well to NC State and to downtown along that greenway. Actually, if you can go back one more. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, more compact development, of course, 12 units right now, 100 units in an apartment building. Next slide. Inconsistent with the future land use map, and there are no outstanding issues. Happy to answer any questions from this commission. Oh, last thing here. If the rezoning is approved, the future land use designation would be amended from low density to moderate density residential. The range for moderate density is 6 to 14, I believe. So 1 to 6 is low density, moderate is 6 to 14 units per acre. So it would fall within that range. And so any action taken by the city council would represent a change to this policy map as well. And again, today is your deadline for action. The action could be a recommendation for approval or denial. The action could be a request for an extension from the city council. But you will not have another opportunity, unless you schedule a special meeting, of course, to review this case within your timeline.
Okay, excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Clem. We'll now hear from Isabel Maddox on behalf of the applicant. The applicant and all those in support have 10 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Isabel Maddox, PO Box 946, Raleigh 27602. I'm here today on behalf of Capital Associates and Fuller Land Development, the co-developers of this prospective project. I want to introduce our team, which is on the line. We have Tom Huff of Capital Associates, Jim Anderson of Fuller Land Development, Don Curry, our engineer, and Reinald Stevenson, our traffic engineer. This proposal is to rezone 11.3 acres to R10 to permit right now 101 units. We do anticipate that number being reduced. These apartments will be 1 and 2 bedroom units marketed to professionals, faculty, staff, and graduate students. They will not be the student housing model and will not be marketed to undergraduate students. There will not be a pool in this development. We believe this is a perfect location for smart growth, higher density, and location with a greenway running through it. And if you pull up Exhibit 3 from my presentation, you'll see where that greenway goes through the site. We'll have lots of open space and easy walks to both Go Raleigh and Wolfline, Centennial Campus, restaurants, grocery, pharmacy. And if you go to Exhibit 4, you can see where we're right up against RX and OX zoning to the north and northwest, and to the east and northeast, directly across Trailwood, is another R10 zoning where moderate density apartments are under development. We're mindful of the environmental constraints on this property, and we have designed a site which focuses development in the southeast corner, Exhibits 5 and 6. That design is good. That site layout is going to change a little bit because we have agreed, and we told some of you this, that we're going to add a condition which takes all potential development out of the floodplain, consistent with the proposed text change. Other environmental conditions, we proposed a connector to the greenway, open space commitment of 40%, and a 20-foot buffer between our development and the Beard home to our immediate south. That's the one single family neighbor to which we are adjacent. Also a 50-foot building separation. And we do hope to have another meeting with the neighbors, and those conditions might even be enhanced. Case has been deemed consistent with the comp plan, as Matt indicated, and compatible with the neighborhood. It should be noted that there's currently an approved subdivision plan for 12 single-family homes and a cul-de-sac to be constructed on this property. If you'll pull up Exhibit 7, you can see this subdivision plan side by side our plan. We've compared the environmental impacts of our proposed development with this single-family entitlement that exists today, and we believe our plan compares very favorably. For instance, their plan committed to 30% open space. We've committed to 40. Their setback from the Beard property is 30 feet. We provided a condition requiring 50 feet building setback. Our engineer's analysis estimated that the single family plan would have somewhat less impervious and disturb a little bit less land area, but we are serving many households versus they're serving only 12. We believe it's a far more efficient use of natural resources. We understand you've reviewed another case on Trailwood, which proposed townhomes, and that may be appropriate given the location in the middle of Trailwood. But for this location on the edge of the neighborhood and in much closer proximity to transit, greenway, retail, we think apartments are a much more sensible use of resources. Our preliminary analysis would indicate that we could only yield 22 townhouses in this site, which we do not think is enough density to take advantage of the many amenities in this walkable area. We've met with the neighbors 3 times, and we hope to have yet another meeting. I've talked with Mr. Beard about that possibility, possibly as early as tomorrow. We understand they love their neighborhood, but this neighborhood was developed many years ago as a well and septic neighborhood on large lots to accommodate septic fields. And much of the neighborhood is still well and septic, but the city has grown up around the neighborhood. And we're now immediately adjacent to a major university and employment center, which demands more new rental housing to serve those who work on Centennial campus. So far, we haven't come to much of an agreement with the neighbors, but we do hope to have another meeting. They have said they prefer the 12 single-family home development. They've said the apartments are a detriment to their neighborhood. We disagree with that. We believe that this development will have a positive impact and will give a greater number of people to enjoy this bucolic landscape with significant open space, a greenway, and a dog park. And if you look at Exhibit 11 and 12, you'll see sort of the architecture, the type of architecture we're proposing. Sort of a modern architecture, high quality development. The neighbors have objected to traffic impacts, but both the city transportation department and our traffic engineer have reviewed. And if you go to Exhibit 10, you'll see the trip gen prepared by the city, and you'll see that with the 101 units, and we do think we'll reduce that. That's 1 additional car per minute and a half in the AM peak. So that's a if you sit there and wait a minute and a half, you'll see that that's not very significant additional traffic. They've also expressed concerns about stormwater runoff. And again, the staff report found no downstream structural impacts from this project. Our engineer has also analyzed the stormwater impacts and has concluded that because of the topo and the proximity to the adjacent creek, this project will not create runoff onto adjacent properties and thus will not cause any adverse downstream impacts. So we feel our team has responded to the neighbor objections in a positive way. We don't agree that apartments are a bad thing. We're offering we think a nice buffer to our adjacent single family neighbor, and we might enhance that buffer as we meet with them again. And it's important to understand that our property slopes down significantly from the Beard's property. And so side by side, the height differential will not be significant. In fact, their house will probably be similar to the height of this building if you're standing on the street. This project will not cause downstream stormwater impacts, and it will only contribute minimal additional traffic. In sum, the staff report says there are no negative impacts to this development. We believe there are a lot of positive impacts and public benefits. It will be more inclusive to more people in our community, not just 22 people who can afford a $300,000 or $400,000 townhome, or 12 people who can afford maybe a home of $700,000 plus. This gives people in different income levels a chance to live in this area. We think it's smart growth, more density, close to amenities. It adds to the housing stock, adds housing diversity. It raises the bar for rental housing in this area, but not so much that it excludes renters and provides a high quality rental option. We have and will continue to make strong environmental commitments here with no development in the floodplain, more open space, greenway access. Again, we would like to meet with the neighbors again this week. We do want to get revised conditions agreed on so we can file those by Friday to keep us on schedule for the 26th. So to conclude, we believe this is exactly the type of smart growth the city needs. Apartments cause a much lower carbon footprint per unit than townhouses or large single family homes. We're consistent with the comp plan and compatible with the neighborhood and respectful of environmental issues. We do plan to submit revised conditions, so that we request that you request an extension from council so that we can submit additional conditions and come back to you on the 26th. And I have my whole development team available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ms. Maddox. We have 5 individuals signed up to speak who are either neighbors or opposed. Ray, if you're able to welcome the first speaker.
Yep, the first speaker that we would have then is Jerry Luganbull.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, great. I didn't know I would be first, but I hope others can just step in if I miss something. I'm concerned about the environmental impact. I'm concerned about traffic, despite what your engineers say, and I'm concerned about the character of the neighborhood. So environmental impact, they're going to build something on a steep slope. We see parking lots right over the wetland. They say there's not going to be any issue with runoff. Runoff from parking lots is going to go into the wetland and then into the creek. Runoff from parking lots with all those cars is going to include road debris, oil, that sort of thing. So I think it's a problem to put something like this right over a wetland, right over a creek and all that. Traffic, people are going to come out of there to go to work or to school. You already have an apartment complex going up across the street. These apartments are not directly across the street because of the topography of that land. They're considerably up Trailwood and do mean that there's more of a, they've gone into the neighborhood farther than those apartments, which we could not do anything about because of the already existing zoning. People are going to come out of there. As you've probably heard, people already line up during the peak times to all along Trailwood to try to get to that light, to try to get onto Avon Ferry. Now people are going to come out of an apartment. People are going to try to turn left, turn right. It's going to be a big mess during that peak period. People are going to try to go up Trailwood up the hill. I guess that would be south of this development, is still a state road. The state has no intention and money to fix it.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. We'll now have 2 minutes on the clock for the next speaker.
Next we'll have Jeff Bruton. Jeff, are you there? I'll move down to Madison Beard.
Hi there. So as you heard, my family is the most impacted in this case. Our property is located directly beside the location as we own 1126 Trailwood Drive. We have many concerns about this rezoning case. First, rezoning would directly and negatively impact our property value as a single family home, causing a cascade effect of density rezoning for apartment development down Trailwood. This vote literally has the potential to forever change the nature of our unique, naturally wooded community. We purchased our property almost 2 years ago, knowing that the land beside us would be developed, but we trusted that the city of Raleigh would abide by its current zoning due to the agreement that the city made with our neighbors a few years ago on the same land. We want neighbors and we welcome development in a smart, sustainable way within the current zoning. But this request is inconsistent with the future land use map and is not appropriate for this rugged and protected land. The only buildable land out of the 11 acres is the 3 acres directly pushed up beside our house. So the entire density would be contained within the 3 acres closest to us on the same hill. This is not transitional zoning. Next, I want to talk about stormwater concerns. The land we are discussing is fragile and totally covered in old growth forest and wetlands. It sits on Walnut Creek upstream of the downtown South development, and both acute and cumulative environmental impacts should be considered. Rezoning here would remove the Trailwood community's protective barrier from Walnut Creek storm surges, which would exacerbate existing flooding issues on Trailwood and Avent Ferry. We beg you to oppose this rezoning request due to the direct damage that it will cause for our property value and the flooding, stormwater, and erosion issues it will most definitely cause, which will ultimately cost the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ray, the next 2 minutes on the clock for the next speaker, please.
Next, we have Patricia Beach.
Hi, Patricia Beach, 1209 Trailwood Drive. I speak today on behalf of the Trailwood community, which is made up of 50 single-family homes. Some are longtime members, having lived here for 40 to 50 years. Some have been here fewer than 5 years. This is a cohesive group with a common desire to preserve the character of our single-family community. Upon learning of this rezoning request, my immediate reaction was to think about the impact to my family's personal situation when another 100+ unit apartment complex is proposed within a few hundred feet of my home. This would be the natural reaction of any property owner with proximity of this development. For all of us in this community, though, after we get past those initial reactions, the overarching theme is not so much about pure monetary value of our property, but value as a single-family home. It is unlikely that a family will buy a house located next to an apartment complex. So the only route for the seller may be to sell to a developer who will build more apartments until our community no longer exists except as apartments. I am aware that a couple looking at a lot to build a home across Trailwood from the proposed development has said that they will not buy that lot if this rezoning case is approved. I remind this commission that one of the objectives of the UDO is to reinforce the character and quality of neighborhoods, and that maintaining community character is listed in the UDO as a criterion for determining zoning. One of our goals as a community in opposition to this rezoning is to maintain the single-family character of the Trailwood community. Thank you.
I believe I've heard that Jeff Bruton is on the same line as you, Patricia. Is he there?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No.
Okay, so Ray, a quick update. Is that everyone, or do we still have an individual left?
Yeah, yes, there's still 2 left. Jeff Bruton, are you there? All right, then the last speaker would be Tom Kwok.
Thank you.
Hey there, Tom.
Thank you, Ray. I have some slides that should come up. Can we hold off on the clock until they do?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm Tom Kwok of 1333 Trailwood Drive in Raleigh. And in a meeting, one of the 3 meetings with the developer, the applicant's stormwater engineer told us that their analysis found no stormwater impacts from the proposed development, and Ms. Maddox repeats that. Then on November 12th, we experienced a 2-year stormwater event. That's a common flood that we can expect every other year. And after that event, we sent Wayne Miles, the city stormwater engineer, to inspect the site that the applicant's developing in a similar project of 110 apartments across Trailwood Drive and immediately downstream on Walnut Creek. And his report was that the flooding overwhelmed sediment and erosion control measures located in the floodplain, including but not limited to the sediment basin, diversion ditches, and silt fence, rendering them all ineffective. And he cited the developer out of compliance. Next slide, please. So I'd like to share a few photos of that site during this 2-year flood event. And this shows the sediment basin and diversion ditch failure with their pollution from the site entering Walnut Creek. Next slide, please. Silt and clay sludge flowing directly into Walnut Creek. Next slide, please. Their erosion control failed. Next slide, please. And sediment overwashed onto our street. Next slide, please. The applicant's approach to Hillside is to remove it. This is the 20-foot cliff that remains from their work at 921 Trailwood Drive. The land at 1000 Trailwood Drive is even steeper with erodible hills and wetlands below. Next slide, please. And this is the floodplain on the site in question with clear water that's filtered by the wetland. So we clearly state and hope that you'll agree that this site is not possible to develop at the proposed density without unacceptable environmental damage to Walnut Creek and the Raleigh Greenway. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, Ray, were we able to get Mr. Bruton on the phone?
I haven't been able to connect with him in any format.
Okay. Well, thank you for trying a few times there. I'd now like to bring it back to the table for discussion, questions, comments for the applicant or those others who spoke. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. I just want clarification of something the last caller said. The developer that was out of compliance, is that the same applicant as the one for this case?
Good question.
I thought I heard him say that, but I just want to make sure that I didn't mishear.
Is stormwater on, or?
He also wrote us an email, and I'm pretty sure that's what he said. I'll look up the email.
Yes, excuse me. This is Tom Kwok again. It is the same developer.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess Ms. Maddox can confirm that as well. Do you have any statement around that, Ms. Maddox?
Thank you for letting me respond. In fact, I had a couple of responses to several of the neighbors' comments. I would first call on Tom Huff, who's one of the developers who was involved when that stormwater issue occurred on the site directly across the street. It is the same developer. Can we have Mr. Huff speak to that?
Please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know technically. The apartment developer across the street is a LLC, which is managed by Capital Associates and Fuller Land. The developer behind this request is the same. But I could comment quickly on this flooding and this wall stuff, if that's appropriate.
Please do.
Please.
That flooding was not caused by our site. That water came from upstream and came flying down the stream and flooded us. So I just want to point that out. We didn't cause that flooding. Secondly, that excavation that we saw in the picture was just that. It's an excavation. Since then, a retaining wall has been built that is much lower and further away from that bank. And all of that has been backfilled about 85%, but we will have to tie it into the existing grades and we'll plant that. But it's going to be much softer and not like that picture suggests.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. Commissioner Lampman.
Is the developer able to provide kind of before and after pictures? I guess we have the before, but after pictures of the completion of that wall and what we're seeing now?
Well, I don't think we've reached the after stage at this point. We can, when we come back on the 26th, I don't know where we'll be on that. And Mr. Huff, do you have any response to that?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, we'll gladly take photos. That retaining wall is now in place. The grading's not finished, but the retaining wall's in place.
So we'll bring those, Ms. Lampman, we'll bring those back to you when we come back on the 26th.
Still along the lines of topography, you know, I had some concerns about the slope. Is the developer able to speak to the slope of that parcel that is going to be developed?
Yes, our civil engineer, Don Curry, is on the line, and he can speak to the slope and the retaining wall there, that location. Don?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, good morning. Our plan is to mitigate the slope with a tiered retaining wall and address that issue that way to provide a level area for the proposed apartment development. So similar to across the street, there will be some earthwork involved in creating that developable area for us, but it will be that will be addressed with some retaining walls and some grading and other accommodate that. And that's really limited to a portion of the property, as was mentioned by Ms. Maddox earlier. The vast majority of this site at 11 plus acres is going to be left undisturbed and untouched. We're effectively at a low density development with our proposed impervious. So we're basically at less than a 24% impervious.
I can't talk.
Based
I'm
on
on
our
a meeting.
current sketch. So it's a very low density, low impervious development as well.
Just trying to figure out what it sounded like. We heard two people there for a moment. Commissioner Lampman, did you have a follow-up?
I did, still along the lines of topography. I noted the flood. There was a comment about wetlands. I tried to look up the wetlands, FEMA wetlands map, but I didn't see how far it went up. But I'm just wondering the buffer, you know, if you're doing a tiered retaining wall to support a flat development, does that put you at risk of increasing the possible flood exposure? And how would you plan to mitigate that? I saw, you know, dog park and other perhaps rec facilities that allow that slope to still contain the flood zone.
Yeah, our plan is to avoid wetland impacts. I believe one of the neighbors was concerned about that and mentioned, and actually, I believe incorrectly stated that there would be parking on the wetland and on the creek, and that's not the case. We don't have any programmed or planned impacts to the wetland or the creek. So all of the development will be away from the wetland. Certainly everything drains to the north and towards Walnut Creek. So anything that drains to a wetland will enter the wetland in a non-erosive manner, which is required. So we'll comply with all those stormwater requirements that the city of Raleigh has.
I had a question, I think, for staff. The PD that we saw, was that an actual approved plan, or with like the single family parcel locations? Because I'm trying to wrap my head around how that compares to the other plan that we saw and and if they do add conditions around not developing in the floodplain or floodway, you know, that constitutes a good additional 3 to 5 acres that they're not allowed to build in, and was just curious how that compares from the existing rules around that versus that condition?
Hey, thanks for that question. What I'm looking at right now is a list of just kind of written or similar to zoning conditions for the 2005 master plan and PD for Trailwood Drive. I would ask Isabel, who shared the site layout in her presentation, she would probably be best suited to speak to where that came from. I'm not sure if that's subdivision or approval. It could be a part of the actual PD itself. Ms. Maddox, can you share with us where you got that?
That is an approved subdivision plan, approved in 2017 and still viable. It would have burned off late 2020, but because of COVID, it has some continued viability. There were a few conditions attached to the subdivision plan. I don't recall that there's an express condition requiring it to not develop in any part of the floodplain, although I'm not going to be disingenuous about this. I mean, their development was also concentrated more on the southern portion of the site. But I think the impacts are similar.
Okay, thanks. I think I saw another hand before I asked my question. Commissioner McIntosh?
I guess my question was just answered. When I first looked at this, I don't have a lot of problems with the proposal, but reading Mr. Kwok's email and comments today, I am concerned with the flooding. And my main concern, which I know this is part of planning, but the original previously planned development, I guess we're saying that was 2005. Is that accurate, staff?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when the zoning was approved.
Yeah, and I mean, I realize that's a long time ago, but when developers, it sounded like this was something that included a lot of community input, and in good faith, community members participate in this process and expect the plans to go forward. And it sounds like it wasn't developed, so these things fall through. But when developers in the city abandon good faith citizen input and replace citizen cooperation with new plans that may or may not include meaningful public input, public trust in the planning process can be greatly damaged. And I'm not totally clear on how much that applies to this case or not, but I'm concerned that it may apply to this case, and it does apply to another case on our agenda today.
Can I respond to that?
Yep.
I just wanted to say we have met with the neighbors 3 times. We're seeking another meeting. I spoke with Mr. Beard last night. I'm hopeful that can come together. Yes, that 2005 case was approved 15 plus years ago. And, it hasn't been developed, which is telling that nobody can make that work financially, is my thinking. So a lot has changed in Raleigh in the last 15 years. And I think this particular Planning Commission and Council have tried to focus on gaining a little more density in walkable areas to satisfy the need and demand for places for people to live as they're moving into the town, and also a diversity of people, not just single family, but also apartments.
Okay, thank you. You broke up a little there, but I think we got the gist. Commissioner Lampman.
To the point of traffic and walkability, the Greenway Trail's right there. The university is there. And I think, you spoke to graduate students and professors being, the primary residents of this location. Would the developer be open to creating links from the apartment community to the Greenway? I would suggest 2. 1, so that folks have a quick shortcut to the food line, and then the other one that would go down straight to the closest corner of the Trailwood and Avant Ferry, obviously on your parcel. But that way, that would encourage walkability. It's about a 30-minute walk to the university and, a 5-minute drive, but people have to find parking and whatnot. And that seems like it would be kind of a hassle. So I think people are generally encouraged to walk. Could you make that, offer that as a greater encouragement for the units?
Ms. Lampman, we would definitely consider that. Of course, this is a challenging site because of the floodplain issues. And so whether or not we could add an additional greenway connection, I'm not sure. We'll definitely take a look at it though.
Based on the South Raleigh discussion, I think that would be a prohibited use, correct, of that space?
Right. We couldn't fill or grade within that floodplain.
If I may add to that, this is Don Curry. We actually are planning a connection to the existing greenway via the sidewalk along Trailwood. So there will be a direct connection from the apartment development to that greenway. Adding another one, as Ms. Maddox mentioned, it does pose some topography and environmental challenges. So our proposal as it is does make that greenway connection along Trailwood, and it's a more environmentally sensitive connection.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lampman?
Can staff talk about the ability to put a trail or a path down to the greenway? That would be problematic.
Hey, this is Matt. Bynum, is there any way we could pull up the slide that shows where the greenway is located in the piece of property? I do want to reiterate, I think the applicants represented that they plan to have a greenway connection along Trailwood to the existing greenway from their site. And it is included as a zoning condition as well. So they'll be required to do that. Not just that they intend to, but they will be legally bound to. And it would be along Trailwood in conjunction with other frontage improvements like the sidewalk that they'll have to build. In terms of whether or not they can grade and construct what would probably require a switchback connection to the greenway on the Walnut Creek from higher levels on the slope, I would leave that to the applicant's civil engineer to talk about what would be required to get a connection from the back of the site. So right now you see the site is oriented north-south to the up to the north. You can see the dotted green line. That's where the greenway exists today, and then it goes to the west across Gorman over to Lake Johnson, and then to the east it goes over to Lake Raleigh. And so the site sits up above the greenway, and so to create another connection to the greenway to the west, I think what the applicant or their engineer, Mr. Curry, is saying is that they would have to do more grading and more engineering to build an additional walkway down there. And the likelihood is that would probably require several switchbacks because of the steep topography. You couldn't just do a straight shot because it would be an extremely steep slope.
And I think the other thing is you're going to have to go through that floodplain to get to the greenway in a different location.
Right. So that's, and I don't know if y'all want to expand on that, but that's kind of my understanding of the situation. But they are required to make a connection to the greenway on Trailwood, where sidewalks will also be required in their construction. There's not bike lanes there now, I don't believe, on Trailwood. I'm looking.
I'd also like to just kind of inject a little bit is that, this is something that they could come back next week after looking at, or this could be had offline. We have to ask for an extension regardless, because I don't see a vote happening today. They're trying to meet with community members again. I do want to welcome any kind of final comments so that we have explicit direction for any other interested conditions. Commissioner Fox?
I was gonna recommend a motion to request a 45-day extension from City Council so the applicant can address buffers, the reduction in density as they've described it, and some stormwater concerns.
And I guess another meeting as well with the adjacent community members. I also, Commissioner Hicks, did you have anything to add to that?
I did. We've heard a lot from the neighbors about their concerns about maintaining the character of the area. Excuse me. And I wondered if the applicant would consider providing some sort of condition that would maintain a vegetative buffer at the street of some sort to maintain the wooded character of that area. I'm not necessarily, that might be a condition to work on for our next meeting, but I wanted to put it in there.
Okay. Thank you. I guess Commissioner Haver.
I was just going to say I support Commissioner Fox's request for an extension. I did want to mention one thing because certainly those photos of the erosion during the storm were poignant. I think to the applicant's point, that water's coming downstream. And again, just because this is part of my business, the erosion control is at a point in the project where the runoff is not being controlled. You're trying to control it through diversion ditches and other things. So the actual stormwater control measures are not currently in place. But those erosion control measures are meant to manage the erosion on your site, not the water coming downstream and coming onto your site. So again, those were disturbing, but I just wanted to put that out there because I know there were some concerns about that. And when the project comes back at the next meeting, I just wanted to clarify that. But I'm in support of Commissioner Fox's request for an extension.
Okay, thank you. And I guess one other comment that I have, and this is kind of in light of a lot of the conversations around equity that we're having. Over the last 5 or 6 years, I've tried to, figure out ways to have conversations around how we talk about character. I understand that it has to do with woody treat areas, but I also, it was very apparent that the type of housing that was going to be here was also less desired. And I continue to challenge that notion and that language and how we use it. I haven't agreed with it in the past, and I still don't agree with it. And I really hope that through our work on analyzing our comp plan through equity, that we have better ways to talk about how everyone lives. Because it's really unfair through my lens that we're declassifying or subjugating half of the population to not be able to live in a certain place based off of this type of housing that they live, or the type of housing that they can afford or require. Yeah, Commissioner Bennett.
I just want to second what you said. I appreciate that. I was sort of that's been in my mind, not just for this case, but on some other ones. And I try to be careful. I don't like to tell neighbors what they want or what they need in their own neighborhood. So I can appreciate when somebody says, I bought this house in this area for a reason. I like the environment. I don't want to see it change. On the other hand, I can appreciate that maintaining neighborhood character sometimes maintains the inequity that we're trying to address. So there's a balance there between imposing your will on the neighborhood and really trying to further the good that we hope to do on this commission and through planning in general. So I just appreciate your comment. I do like to try to accommodate all types of incomes and all types of housing. And at the same time, I try to respect, people's desire to live where they want to live.
Thanks. Commissioner Hicks, is that a second?
No, I just wanted to clarify my comment about character, probably a bad choice of terms. But I am not opposed to multifamily housing here. I actually believe that it's, it's denser and potentially has a lower footprint and impact on the land, or it can. And additionally, it can be done in such a way to be compatible, and maybe that's the word I should have used, with the surrounding area. And that if you look at, Google Maps of this area, it's heavily wooded all up and down that Trailwood Drive. And so what I'm asking the applicant to consider is just maintaining some vegetation there so that it doesn't have the sensation of being clear cut at the street, and maintains, that green quality, not so much to maintain the feeling of a single family neighborhood, but to maintain the green vegetation. I hope that helps clarify a little bit.
Thanks. Yeah. So I think that the applicant has a lot of feedback. It sounds like they're continuing to plan to update the conditions and the application. We have a motion on the floor. I will go ahead and second that. And so, Shanitha, if you could go ahead and take a vote for the day extension to case B43.
Chair, this is David. Since this is just a request for an extension and you're not making a formal recommendation on the case, you could just do a showing of hands and just cite what the count was.
Okay, all those in favor, hands up. All those opposed? Okay, so the extension passes unanimously 9-0. Thank you, everyone. I will take a moment to pause. It is 12:03. Our normal run time is until noon. I do know that I personally have a constraint around 12:30, 12:45. I know that Vice Chair Hicks does as well. I also know that case Z4520, we have 8 or 9 people signed up to speak, and I do want to try and hear them. I want to just get a temperature check for if we can maintain quorum at least for about 35 or 40 minutes.
I'm going to have to take off right now.
Okay, that's fine. So one member has to hop off. It looks like we have enough. It looks like maybe Commissioner Mann might have to as well.
Yeah, I sent you a message, but I don't know if you saw it.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure if I saw it, but it's fine if you have to hop off. I think that we'll still have 7 folks, so we can maintain quorum. Thanks for letting us know. So with that, I just want to let everyone know at home, we do have 2 cases left. One has a handful of folks signed up to speak. The other has none. I guess we can hear from the applicants for Z4520, and I think we can have some conversations, hear from both the applicant and the neighbors or those opposed, and try and figure out some questions that we have. But it sounds like from even preparing for this case that that this is going to take more than today. So I just kind of want to prepare everyone for that. So moving on to item F4, case number Z4520. This is a request to rezone approximately 16 acres of land from neighborhood mixed use 3 stories conditional use to residential mixed use 4 stories parking limited conditional use. Matt Clem will present on behalf of staff.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Okay. Yep. So as stated, this is a request to rezone over 15 acres from a neighborhood mixed use to a residential mixed use, increase of building height by 1 story, an addition of a frontage, a parking limited frontage that would require buildings to be closer to the street and limit the amount of parking that could exist between a building and a street with some zoning conditions. Your deadline is February 8th.
Actually, real quick, Matt.
Sure.
I just got a message actually from 3 staff members that Z46 has a time constraint that we have to address today. And seeing that only the applicant will be presenting, it will be a much shorter time commitment. So I'm just requesting that we jump into that. If that's okay, I'm sorry. So we'll hit pause and I'm getting kind of, okay. So if we could jump to Z4620, can I ask staff just, are we needing an extension for this? I mean, I assume it's based on how we vote. I'm just trying to make sure that we don't leave any threads loose when we run out of time today.
I think your options are to either just go ahead and have a quick vote to request a time extension, or if you think that you can make a decision on the case in the time remaining that you'll have a quorum, you could hear it. But that would likely mean that the people who signed up to speak on Z45 would not have a chance to speak today.
Okay. Commissioner McIntosh?
I guess I will say I am a nearby neighbor of 45, and just the way our discussions normally go, I think it might be more useful for the neighbors to have a chance to speak at the same meeting where we discuss the application. And it seems like we're kind of running to a point where we might hear them speak and then, have a 2-week break before we discuss it, and it might be more useful to hear them the same day.
Okay, I guess that is acknowledging that the folks have been on for, 3 hours today and won't have a chance to speak today. I'll leave that up to the commission. I trust that you're kind of a neighbor and engaged with this project. Does anyone have any thoughts or feedback on that? Commissioner Fox?
I'm okay moving forward and hearing from the neighbors on Z45 today. I'm take pretty good notes and can remember from one meeting to the next, but I'd also offer on Z46, which I believe has the time constraint. I was just going to make a motion to request a 45-day extension on that.
Okay, I'll second that. Commissioner Bennett?
I don't like that people have been holding for 3 hours only to not get an opportunity to speak. On the other hand, I would hate for them to speak on something we're not discussing. I feel like that almost gives the applicant an unfair advantage, because then the applicant gets to hear all of their comments, come back in 2 weeks with responses developed that the neighbors haven't had an opportunity to address. And then we tell them we don't want to hear repetitive comments. So I think everybody should be able to speak on the same day. So if we're going to hear from the neighbors, we need to hear from the applicant. I think we need to hear the whole discussion. I just think it's not fair to the neighbors to speak and then we discuss it later.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think the most expedient thing would be to grant the extension for the Z46 case, bring that back at a future date. There's no one from the public signed up to speak there. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Let's go ahead and move on with Z45. I can give my presentation. The applicants are here. We can hear from the public. And then there's still time in your review period to hear that before your expiration, which is next month.
Okay. Then that's how we will proceed. So Mr. Clem, so I guess we'll just have to hold Z4620 at the table, right? Or did that need the extension?
There's been a motion and a second for the extension, so a show of hands, we can record that and move on.
And I guess with the hope that this maybe comes first at the next meeting. All right. Thank you, everyone. That was approved 7-0. So now we will bring it back to Mr. Clem for Z4520. His presentation, and then we'll move on to the applicant and those signed up to speak.
All right, thanks. So I'll just pick right back up there. Your deadline is February 8th, which means you have this meeting and the second meeting in January to deliberate. If you need an extension, you can make that request in 2 weeks, but that'll be the last regularly scheduled meeting in your time frame. So the property is currently zoned NX 3 stories with conditions, similarly zoned to the north on the other side of Buffalo Road at the New Hope intersection. The property is surrounded by R6 zoning to the northeast and south, and to the west across New Hope is R4 zoning. Predominantly detached housing in the area, except for adjacent directly to the east is townhome building types. You can see further down to the east is R10 zoning. I believe that is also detached housing. Next slide, please. Again, a look at the site. You can see it's vacant. The southern half is mostly wooded. And just noting the various levels of residential density in the area, mostly low density, but you can see to the east, there are, what appear to be more dense housing types than the lowest density in the area. Next slide. Look at the site. Again, you can see some of those trees along New Hope Road here heading north. Next slide. This is looking south on New Hope Road at the intersection with Buffalo Road. Next slide. And then just another look. Again, undeveloped site here. There's a number of zoning conditions prohibiting uses, maximum residential yield of 350 units. There is a building setback to the east and south of 75 feet. And then the requirement of a fence to be constructed. Next couple of slides will show you how that is changing from the existing zoning conditions on the site. So this is just a mapped representation of what is currently required. So there's a 50-foot setback to the south and 180-foot setback to the east with various specificity of how tree protective yard or TCA is required on the site. There's two different shades there. And again, some variability to the width of 100 and 150 feet. So that's what the zoning requires today. On the next slide, they have reduced some of the specificity there, increased the setback to the south from 50 to 75, and then reduced the setback to the east from 180 to 75, and took out any specificity of how trees would be saved or conserved along the boundary. Next slide. Again, looking at your change in entitlement. Currently, there's no residential permitted. We're looking at 22 units per acre in the request, up to 350 total. Next slide. Lower walk score than average in transit and bike score. It's in a predominantly auto-oriented built environment currently of the city, though smaller and more efficient apartment units are permitted than was mostly nearby. You've got some transit service in the area. Next slide. Adding to the housing supply, of course, nothing is permitted there now. So a gain of 350 units in this area will provide more housing. No subsidized units. Apartment type building, I believe, is the intention here. So providing a type of housing that is not immediately provided in that area. There is some transit nearby. Next slide. The request is consistent with the neighborhood mixed use designation on the future land use map. Next slide. Parking limited frontage is consistent with that urban thoroughfare designation. Consistent with the plan overall, future land use map and urban form map. Here are your policies that are consistent. Next slide, we'll look at the inconsistent policies. There is a small area plan here. There's a requirement or recommendation of that plan that building heights not exceed 3 stories. So that's that policy APBN1. Building height would recommend no more than 3, so they're exceeding that by a story. They're asking for 4-story zoning here. And it's inconsistent with the buffering requirement, just because thinking of the delta, what is changing between what's required today is a greater buffer with more specificity than what they're asking for now. So no outstanding issues, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Clem. Next, we'll hear from Molly Stewart, representing the applicant. The applicant and all of those support have 10 minutes to speak.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now. Thank you, Chair Thomas-Dulo. I appreciate you hearing us today. I'm Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group. I am here today with Andrew Howe of Alliance Residential. This is the applicant on this project, as well as Gray Harrell from McAdams, the project engineer. And I will be turning my presentation over to Andrew Howe of Alliance Residential, and Gray Harrell is available for questions as well. So, look, one moment. Okay, so you see the policies on your screen, and just sort of starting with the big picture, you know, as everyone here is well aware of our need for housing, our need for density. And I bring this up partly because one of the questions we heard, you know, sort of more than once in our outreach process was, why put apartments at this location? You saw the aerial photo showing the single family homes in the area, and there's some concern about putting apartments in this location. And I think these policies point to part of the answer for that. And the project does support some of the important comprehensive plan goals for the site, including adding that parking limited frontage that is new and supported by policy, as well as providing a neighborhood transition that is in excess of the UDO requirements. And by the way, with this rezoning, the full UDO neighborhood transition does also apply. So we still have that. We still have tree conservation required, all of those things that are simply required under the UDO. We've also heard concerns about lighting, and I just want to quickly mention that that's another item. You know, we're not able to address the UDO already requires, given the surrounding residential zoning districts, that we have full cutoff lighting in the parking areas, and that light levels can't exceed 0.5 foot candles at those residential property boundaries, which is an extremely minimal amount of lighting at that boundary. So I just wanted to point that out. The existing zoning on the site is quite tailored to a specific development proposal, and it's one that was in its early planning stages while the small area plan was undertaken that ultimately supported it. That the formal rezoning process kicked off during the month after the small area plan was completed, sort of the end of 2014, beginning of 2015. And it produced a set of zoning conditions that very narrowly supported that project, including, for example, there's a requirement that a shopping center be built and that it include a grocery store with a pharmacist. It was quite detailed. In the 5.5 years since that zoning was approved, the developer who sought to build that project has not been able to complete that project. And with those limitations in place, the property simply hasn't developed. So we know that the existing policies with respect to these parcels are quite specific. But if we step back a little bit, there is a bigger picture that comes into focus. And at the highest level, still on your screen, we see that the city policies support a housing supply and placing that housing within the existing footprint of the city's outer boundaries, such as at this location. There are several city maps also that although not particularly calling exactly for residential or housing, they do show a distinction between the site and the surrounding parcels. So, getting back to that question of why here, the various policies do seem to contemplate something different, something denser at this site. Next slide, please. Actually, we can skip that one. Next slide. Okay, so both streets in this very specific location, you see that blue line, they're designated as major streets under the City of Raleigh street plan and urban thoroughfares specifically at this location on the urban form map. Next slide, please. As you've seen, the existing zoning is different. Next slide. The future land use map calls it out as something different. Next slide, please. The growth framework map designed to sort of guide where growth should happen. Next slide, please. This is that growth framework map, and here you see that purple mixed-use community center as well as the red urban corridor along the sides of this site. So again, just sort of highlighting the difference at this site. Next slide. And that just tells you that those urban corridors are sort of thought of as an area where we would have denser residential and commercial development, buildings brought forward to the street, these kinds of things. And this is where our parking limited frontage and our a little bit higher density is in support of these kinds of policies. So in short, the proposed zoning both acknowledges the surrounding residential character and the somewhat greater intensity of use the city has contemplated for this site. Now we have heard a few community concerns, and I want to address a couple of those that seem to be at the top of the list, particularly traffic. There's a lot of concern about traffic being generated in this area. So just to compare, currently 71,000 square feet of retail use is permitted on the site versus the 350 maximum residential uses proposed. And the comparison between those things, the city staff has sort of determined that the traffic difference between those entitlements is really in the same ballpark, to the extent that no traffic study is required for the rezoning stage. So I just wanted to point that out, that the rezoning process is not sort of causing a big jump in that. And as far as distance from neighbors, you saw from staff the difference between the current entitlement and what is proposed here. I will note, tree conservation in particular is quite detailed in the UDO and something that's difficult to set out before actually surveying and making sure that the areas to be designated actually meet the requirements of TCA. So that's something that will happen in site plan without a doubt. Also, the existing retail entitlement would entail truck deliveries behind those buildings, something that wouldn't happen under a proposed residential development. And of course, from Jane Lane, those properties to the south, buildings are currently permitted within 50 feet of that property line, and we're proposing no less than 75. It's the same 75 that then is proposed on the eastern property line as well. We're proposing an opaque fence where there's no tree conservation, because we can't have both of those things, or we wouldn't be allowed to disturb a tree conservation area. But if there isn't one, we'll put a fence there to make sure that there's a little bit more buffer. And that's on top of the city's, required neighborhood transitions that happen between these zoning districts. I do want to advance a few slides. I think I've kind of left some in here that, one more, another one. Here I'm sorry, if we go to the aerial, we've had concerns about walkability and what will happen with that. And I just wanted to show the existing situation where we would certainly be required to complete that sidewalk on Buffalo Road and connect the path there. The next slide shows what that requirement is. Next slide, please. And to move on to the next slide, with that brief introduction, I can turn it over to Andrew Howe from Alliance Residential to talk a little bit about the kind of work that they do.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yep.
Perfect.
2 minutes. Yep.
Good afternoon. Obviously, really appreciate your guys' time. As Molly mentioned, my name is Andrew Howell. I work for Alliance Residential. We're the petitioner on behalf of this. If you guys aren't familiar with us, we are the #1 apartment developer in the country, and my partner and I run the Carolinas office. So we are based out of Charlotte, North Carolina here, but we develop in both North and South Carolina. You guys may have seen the recent clipping this morning from the Triangle Business Journal, in which we actually just purchased the old Crown Plaza Hotel off Capitol Boulevard, which is about 2 miles southwest of this. And we're planning to develop 335 apartments there, 4-story as well. So this is, I wanted to walk through. I know you guys are very familiar with us in previous rezonings. Wanted to walk through just, again, who we are and some typical product type that we've developed. Specifically at the screen that you guys are looking at right now is a deal out of Charlotte. If you want to go to the next one, please. This is our Broadstone Durham deal that we developed right next to the ballpark in the American Tobacco campus. So very similar, infill product type that we've developed across the Carolinas. Next slide, please. This is our Broadstone Trailside product. So very similar kind of the 4-story product type that we would be looking to develop here. Again, from a construction standpoint with the 4 stories, this is in the Morrisville market. That's very similar and close to the Raleigh area that we recently completed and is in the lease-up process. And if you can go to the next slide, please. And then again, this is another suburban deal here in the Charlotte market that we recently delivered and developed. And again, the point of this was just kind of show you guys a little bit more on who we are and the product type that we've developed throughout the Carolinas. And if you go to the next slide. Perfect.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. We will now move on to those who signed up to speak today. And I guess we actually have 9 people signed up to speak. And so we had to adjust it to 1 minute per person to speak today. But I think that in light of the time consideration, et cetera, this does allow for folks to come back and speak again at the next meeting as well. I think that we all probably agree that if there's this many people signed up, that we will open it back up for that at the next meeting. Again, 1 minute per person. And Ray, if you could welcome the first person.
The first speaker that I have is Angela Stahl.
Good morning, or good afternoon now. I'm Angela Stahl, and I live in the Winchester subdivision, a half a mile from the intersection of New Hope Road and Buffalo Road. I am concerned about this proposed rezoning because of traffic issues and because of the 4 stories being a violation of the small area plan. This proposed rezoning could make traffic even worse along that intersection. A recent DOT study that Commissioner Cox shared with us showed that that intersection is the 3rd worst in Wake County for traffic accidents. And that study, I believe, was done through 2019. The last 2 years, the city of Raleigh has approved a total of 4 townhome projects within 2.5 miles of this intersection. So currently under construction, there are almost 500 townhome units that will be dumping traffic on this intersection that is already the 3rd worst in Wake County. The 4 stories would not fit in with that area. Most of the homes in the area are 1 story, 2 story. They have pitched roofs and brick fronts. And any development there, we need to reflect the community spirit and the community atmosphere there. Thank you.
Ma'am,
yes.
I appreciate your brevity and speed, but I was started that we only actually have 2 speakers, not the 9 that are on my schedule. And so we welcome you to utilize another minute that you'd normally have if it's 5 speakers or less. So.
Thank you. When I first moved to Buffalo Road in 1996, it was renowned for having traffic backups for several miles. Since then, Highway 64 bypass and 540 was built out that helped tremendously. But with having a total of, by my count, about 557 units of townhomes within 2.5 miles of this intersection, all of those townhome products and these projects and these apartments will center on Lidl, which is on the opposite corner as the closest grocery store. So all of those townhomes will have reason to drive through that intersection. Buffalo Road is primarily a 2-lane road, except for that brief 1-mile section from Capitol Boulevard up to right around South Hall Road. And while previous expansions have noted some extensions to Perry Creek Road and Spring Forest Road in the plans. There are no funding set aside for those road expansions.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
We will, the second speaker for 2 minutes.
Yep, the next speaker is Lillian Thompson.
Lillian Thompson, and I live at Top of the Pines Court. This 4-story, 350-unit apartment building with 500 parking spaces at the corner of New Hope, Buffalo is a travesty. I am here to request that the investor withdraw their application because this private gated development does not fit. I challenge the city certified planning report recommending consistency and approval. It fails Raleigh's vision of world-class quality of life by actively collaborating with our community. In addition, the Buffalo New Hope Small Area Plan offers a constructive vision for future development that addresses community concerns regarding impact while allowing for viable development opportunities. The flaws I see are, number one, the small area plan was not applied in determining consistency. Number two, PL Parking Limited supports building frontage, but does not accommodate pedestrian activity, leaving narrow sidewalks close to speeding traffic. Three, urban form map wraps urban thoroughfare around the property to justify building frontage closer to the corner, which automatically eliminates tree conservation with transportation improvements in the foreseeable future. Number four, how does the existing land use map be consistent? Number five, the future land use map's zoning allows for RX residential mixed use, but with no envisioned commercial usage. It's invalid. Number six, claiming compact development as a vertical building is less intense is deceptive because of the 500 parking lot is wasted land. 8, housing type does not maintain a form and scale similar to existing housing. In conclusion, given the planning challenge, this is grossly outscaled for this site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. With that, we'll now bring it back to the table. Like to kind of welcome any questions, comments, or feedback from commissioners. I will say, I do know that myself and Commissioner Hicks have a hard stop at 12:45, so we have about 11 or 12 minutes, and we do have to approve the minutes. So, Commissioner McIntosh.
The issue of the tree conservation area just raised by Ms. Thompson, during the applicant's report, there were statements that there would be tree conservation. I guess in the staff report, it said that tree conservation is excused, as Ms. Thompson described. Can staff give us a clear understanding of whether or not tree conservation will be required with the current application?
Yeah, of course. So tree conservation is required on development plans when the site is in excess of 2 acres, which this is well in excess of. When you have an urban frontage in place, what is not required is primary tree conservation along the street frontage. And so if you look at the site, there are a few trees, or there is some existing treescape along New Hope Road, mostly towards the southern end, but most of Buffalo Road frontage, and I would say maybe a third of the New Hope Road frontage, don't have trees currently existing adjacent to the street where that conservation would not be required. But tree conservation on the site is still required, just not along the street. And the same percentage of the site is still required to have that tree conservation. It just would not be along Buffalo Road and New Hope Road.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So just to confirm, I will say the previous rezoning conditions had tree conservation along the property lines to the adjacent properties to the east and the south. And so from what you're saying, it sounds like there still will be a requirement for the full tree conservation area that probably will be in those areas because that's where the trees are. Is that accurate? Absolutely. The change is it's not occurring along the street because the plan
with the guidance of the urban form map, is prioritizing walkability and transit access above tree conservation at the street's edge. But most of the southern property is treed, and there's mature trees there, and that is where the tree conservation would occur. The existing zoning case where it's different, the existing zoning is saying more precisely how and where that will occur. So there's specificity to how the code requirements will be applied. That specificity does not exist under the request, although there is still the same amount would be required by code in both instances. They just haven't designed exactly where it will go. But we know that it will not be along the street's edge because of the urban frontage as requested.
Thank you for clearing that up. That was hard to understand in the staff report.
Sorry.
Commissioner Lampman?
Just to comment on this particular location, again, we've seen a number of developments along Buffalo Road. I'm very concerned about traffic. Although I appreciate the developer and his experience, this particular road has its challenges already, and I am not looking to support this project just based on the concerns for this area.
I guess following that up, I'm curious what, from a transportation standpoint, not being familiar, what's the difference of intensity around the retail square footage that was allowed versus the apartments that are proposed?
I guess, Chair Counselor, are you asking, this is Jason, are you asking?
Jason, Ray, can you,
does that sound better?
It's really flappy.
Apologies, I don't know that I'm going to be able to fix that. Let that slow this down.
This is Molly Stewart. I can provide from the staff report the peak hour additional trips, if that's helpful.
And I guess maybe Jason can confirm what you say.
Okay, that sounds great. So according to the staff report, the proposed change in zoning would be projected to have 78 new trips in the AM peak hour and 104 in the PM peak hour.
So that's in comparison to currently what is permitted on site?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Jason, is that, I guess Mr. Clean is bringing that up?
Yeah, can you hear me okay? Sorry, I had to take over the screen sharing privileges midstream. This is the trip generation. So you can see current zoning, proposed zoning, and this is the delta, right? And so right now there's daily trips of 390, proposed of 990, and there's the increase. And this is the AM and PM peak hours. So in the morning and the evening when there are more cars on the street, when folks are commuting, there are 47 more trips in the morning and 62 more trips in the evening. And if you compare 47 to the total of 991, that kind of gives you an idea of like what is the magnitude of the change, of the difference compared, how many more trips compared to how many daily trips is there. So 47 additional in the morning of that total 991.
Okay, I guess it's just confusing to me. I guess, is it the idea that with commercial, I guess I thought that the commercial was, it's really concentrated in the middle of the day, and that's why it's not, I guess I'm just confused as to how to read that.
Yeah, I think where people live is likely to generate more trips during those peak hour commutes because they're going to and from work. So you probably have a higher generation at that time for a commercial use, not necessarily an office use, but for like a retail. And yeah, I guess the assumption could be that the rest of those trips are diffused throughout the day with people running errands who may not be at work or traveling to work. I hear Jason trying to come back on.
Yeah, can anybody hear me?
Still pretty rough.
I mean, we can hear you, but it's really rough.
Yeah, I will speak slowly. I think the determination is that, or the information is that the reduction of the retail entitlement from the current zoning is roughly equivalent to the increase of residential entitlement, and that there's a slight increase of trip generation of 47 in the AM and 62 in the PM, but that's well below our threshold for a traffic impact analysis where we consider that to be a significant change. And part of what I mean by significant is that given some of the margins of errors of estimations on these things, it's not necessarily, it is probably outside of that level of uncertainty, but it isn't not far outside of that level of uncertainty. So we do project an increase of potential trips based on 350 residential units, but that's not a large increase. Hopefully that provides some clarity.
I appreciate that. Yeah. I can't see everybody, so just caller, if you have any more questions on that. We have about 3 minutes left.
There you go. Sorry.
I feel like I do have another question on this. If I'm doing the math correctly, the current zoning entitlements allow for about 400 daily trips. And if we go to 595 daily trips, that's still a 50% increase to that. Same math applies to the AM and same math applies to the PM. And furthermore, it's not just off of current zoning, it's off of current experience. So right now this traffic is not there, but now we're adding almost 600 trips, 47 AM and 62 PM. And again, those proposals are 50% greater than the current zoning and obviously 100% greater than current.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bennett?
Thank you. I have three primary concerns. The first one is traffic. I've been vocal about traffic on Buffalo Road. We've seen a number of cases on Buffalo Road. It's an existing problem. And while each development in and of itself should not require a TIA and might not be adding a significant number of vehicles, the cumulative effect of all of these developments is a problem. And there is currently no funding for improvements on this road. So I'm just generally not going to support any development on Buffalo Road until there is some sort of infrastructure improvement or at least a plan for infrastructure improvement. So I've said that on previous cases and I'm going to be consistent with that. Even though I understand, again, that this particular case might not be contributing a lot of traffic, there are a lot of cases, a lot of rezonings going on. And so I'm just not, I just think it's not good planning to say, we're going to build all this development and the improvements will come later. I just don't think that's proactive planning. I think it's reactive and I don't support that. My second concern is that I'm concerned about deviating from an existing area plan. I know we had another case where we went against an area plan, but as I understood that one, I guess the change was to stay consistent with what existed before some sort of change happened to the area plan, to the comprehensive plan. In this case, that doesn't seem to be the case. We're just deviating from an area plan. And I understand what the applicant said about that plan being so narrowly tailored to a specific development that it sort of limited what could be there. I understand that, but it seems like this is just drastically different from even the spirit of that plan. And then my third concern is the amount of development consisting of rental units that we're seeing in this part of Raleigh, I think is an equity issue. Perhaps not something that we need to address with this particular case, but that's again, one of those things that we need to look at when we're looking at the comp plan and looking at the type of development that we're encouraging in different parts of the city. It just seems like everything that comes before us in East Raleigh is rental. Nothing against rental. I think it's a valid form of housing. It provides affordability. It helps with equity. But when you see an overconcentration of it in a certain part of town, then it can lead to inequities. So those are my three concerns with this. I won't be supporting this. Oops. Sorry, meant to mute myself.
Commissioner Fox?
Has the applicant considered ways to mitigate traffic, such as a reduction in the overall density? And has the applicant also considered increasing the buffering requirements?
Sure, I can address that. You know, we're very early in the design process, and so what the final buffers will be certainly is not known. And so we're just at this point creating kind of a box that we can be certain of. It's definitely possible that those will increase. We have thought through the eastern property line that you know we could put a fence on that side, which isn't in our current conditions. That is something that we could certainly commit to kind of strengthen that buffer. And as far as density, that's something you know, we're putting together kind of the project that makes sense, the best project that we can. You know, we can certainly take another look, but you know, we've been focused on it, and so I'm not sure that that we'll see something different come back on that.
Okay, thank you. At this point in time, Commissioner Fox, do you have a motion? Or?
I did, actually. I was going to make a motion to deny as this case Z4520 is not reasonable and in the public interest in its current form due to inconsistencies with the adopted area plan, buffering requirements, and ongoing concerns about traffic on Buffalo.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Bennett?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. And actually, it looked like, Commissioner Lampman, did you have your hand up for a second? I couldn't. Was it, did you have a comment or?
The second.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'll now turn to Janifa for a vote.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
I'm in a pickle here with it being consistent. I understand all the comments. I support them, but I think I'm going to vote nay.
And Chair Thomas-Sulau?
I also support the comments, but it is consistent, so I'm going to vote nay as well. With that, we have a 5-2 vote, and so the motion passes, and the rezoning was denied. That concludes our meeting today. We do have some minutes. I wanted to quickly see if anyone had any updates or corrections to the minutes. Sorry, my computer's moving really slow. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can I make one correction of a typo?
Sorry, yeah, I just, everyone's frozen, so yeah, just holler.
Okay, yeah, so Ms. Easton, on the November 19th special meeting minutes, I saw one typo on page 2, fourth entry from the bottom of the page, where it said Ms. McIntosh spoke on conditions 4 and 5. There's a word parking that needs to be changed to parks.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you just give me the case number, please? Or case name?
Yeah, oh, it was the special meeting for Downtown South on November 19th. And it was on
Okay. Change
page
from
2.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thanks.
Okay, so I guess with that, are there any other comments? Hearing none, I will go ahead and without objection, move approval of the minutes for the November 19th Committee of the Whole, the November 24th and December 8th Planning Commission meetings. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. All in favor, I guess raise your hand. Okay, the minutes passed unanimously, 7-0. I do not have a report today. Do any members have reports? Please just announce if you do.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bennett.
Thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that the Transportation Committee will be meeting January 28th at 3. That's the Thursday immediately preceding the Committee of the Whole meeting. Travis can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's it. January 28th at 3.
Great, thanks.
And I just have a reminder, I believe we're going to have another EDAP discussion at the Committee of the Whole on the 28th. And so if any commissioners have comments or questions, to submit those to staff before the meeting would be useful. Thank you.
Thanks. Hearing no other reports, we'll move on to the Planning Director.
You have my written report in your packet.
Great. Well, thank you. That concludes our Planning Commission meeting today, January 12th. Our next meeting is January 26th. And I want to thank everyone for their time today and wish everyone a nice week. Thanks and bye.